Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto is set to begin a 5-day tour at the Mount Kenya region tomorrow, bringing with him development projects worth billions of shillings. This marks his first visit to the region in nearly 6 months, with his itinerary kicking off in Lydiah County. A section of Rift Valley leaders allied to President Ruto have criticized former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for allegedly making statements that could incite the region against the president during his visit. The president's week-long tour will cover 9 counties, that is Laikipia, Nyeri, Meru, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua, Murang'a, Embu, Tharaka Nithi and Kiambu. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned Kenyan youth against misusing social media amid the ongoing debate on last week's comments by Chief of Defence Forces General Charles Kahariri on Ruto Must Go campaign. General Kahariri and NIC boss Nudin Haji condemned the movement which Kenyan youth have sustained since last year's protests against President William Ruto's government, sparking criticism over their involvement in politics. Murkomen, however, defended Kahariri and Haji, saying youth should listen to them and refrain from social media arguments that he said could jeopardize Kenya's political stability.
If we are going to become a country that has order, my friend, forget about this thing you are answering the Chief of Defence Forces and the NIS Director. Those two gentlemen are speaking from information. They are warning you, they are warning your country, they are warning your future. You are making social media arguments here and politicians speaking out here and there. My friend, the future of a country needs order. Otherwise, there is a reason why this country is in peace. We could as well easily be in the same situation with our neighbors. We are not too special. We could be sitting in a refugee camp in another country. We have to warn ourselves as a nation that we must do our things in order.
At the same time, the Interior Cabinet Secretary said the government would set up a security base in Samburu to tame banditry and cattle rustling in surrounding areas, as well as introduce what he called modern technology-driven techniques to combat insecurity.
Mimi nimekuwa na mkutano Thursday pamoja na security chiefs wote ikiwa na including your county commander hapa. Tulikuwa pale thank you county commander Rimon. Tukakubaliana kwamba tunataka sasa kulete base. Ile operation ilikuwa inasimamiwa kutoka huko Baringo Chemalingot, tumegawa mara mbili. Wale watabaki Chemalingot wataendelea na hiyo kazi. Tumeleta timu nyingine hapa Kirimon, itasimamiwa sasa kutoka hapo ndio imalize hii shida yote yenye tuko hapa. Aswa ile shida tuko kwa Samburu East hapa. Mahali inaitwa Mkogodo Forest. Inashika ng'ombe inaibwa inaenda kufichwa pale. Tumesema kwamba tutafungua pale majeshi yetu. Rais ametoa amri, watapewa resources, wafungue mabarabara pale, na sisi tutaingia huko, mapolisi wetu wataingia ndani pale, and we will flush out those criminals.
And in a move aimed at tackling illicit liquor, Murkomen has vowed to sack chiefs who fail to enforce the ban and instead frustrate the crackdown process.
Tukipata pombe haramu, madawa ya kulevya ambayo inauzwa kwa location ama sublocation yote yenye chief ako na aja report na ana written report kusema kwamba we need enforcement here, that chief will lose his job because he's sleeping akiwacha watoto wetu wakiendelea kuumia. So I want to encourage our chiefs na assistant chiefs, kila mmoja kuwa serious, kuwa kama chiefs wa zamani. Usifanye tu kazi ya uchief na assistant chief ufikirie ni kwa sababu ni a normal job ya salary.
And as we celebrate the Eid al-Fitr holiday today, Muslim leaders in Narok County have urged parents to monitor activities including radicalization carried out by their children. Speaking after observing Eid al-Fitr celebrations at the William Ola Stadium, the Muslim clerics urged parents to watch out for their children's activities, which include radicalization and other social vices during their prolonged stay at home, even as they plan to close school this week. The Muslim faithful raised concern over possible radicalization of youth to join criminal gangs. This need for parents to keep tabs on their children. The prayers were led by Sheikh Salimado of Darul Quran Mosque in Narok County. That's the Newswire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. It's Monday. We're going to have traffic today. Let's take a look and see. Most of your roads are going to be A-OK, A-E-M-T. It is a holiday. We'll just take a look at how the roads are looking this morning, and not a problem at all. Easy streets from here to there. We're not going to have traffic problems probably for the most part of today, but we're going to look through it either way, and we're going to ask you to keep us abreast of what's going on, and we'll talk to us through the morning on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Is it working? My voice, it's working. I can hear me. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock and it is Monday, the 31st of March, the last day of the month, the first day of the week, and 10 minutes after 6. And here we are saying a very good morning to you. Siti, good morning.
Morning, Du.
How are you?
Fine, thank you, Du.
Uko salama wewe?
Kabisa.
Kabisa. And Eid Mubarak to all our, Muslim brothers and sisters. It's that day where people are getting up for prayers at some point. The 30-day fast has come to an end. And so they end that day in prayer today. So congratulations to everybody. And here we are. And still, the show must go on. It is another day of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. How was your weekend, CT?
Good.
It was good?
It was good. I went for a gathering of my former classmates. That means it's a gathering of old men.
A gathering of kings.
Yes. And yes.
Fantastic.
Yes. Then I had some family gathering.
Yeah.
And so my Saturday, if I'm to look at it through the lenses of my weekend, was very busy.
2 functions in one day, CT, my goodness.
No, in 2 separate days.
Oh, God.
But
yeah, I was going to...
Busy.
Busy
But most weekends I do absolutely...
Nada.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so, you know how I told you how I do this? I watch these videos of this fella who colors stencils with 3 colors, right? So now I found another one.
Another stencils painter.
No. So this girl, she draws like really complicated things in 1 minute, and you can tell her.
Okay, complicated like what exactly?
You can tell her basically draw. So she, of course, she's an artist, right? So you can tell her draw anything. So like a couple of the ones I watched, somebody said
mention something complicated. Okay, you watch somebody
draw a mantis shrimp holding an umbrella.
Mantis shrimp.
The mantis shrimps, are the ones that have got their eyes protruding from the top of their heads.
Don't they all?
Not all of them. Some of them are embedded like this. But this mantis shrimp has got it's got like 2 straws and then the eyeballs on the top of the thing. So somebody says, draw a mantis shrimp holding an umbrella, and she'll actually do it in 60 seconds. Or draw a king crab atop a skyscraper at dusk. And she'll do it in like 60 seconds. It's so fascinating. You should watch it. It's great.
So essentially you're saying, so long as one mentions something that she's familiar with.
It doesn't even have to be something that she's familiar with. You just tell her. So like now, the first time she drew this mantis shrimp holding an umbrella, then in her next video, somebody said, that's not actually a mantis shrimp. So she was like, actually, you know what? You're right. Let me go look at what a mantis shrimp looks like. She went and she looked, because she drew a different kind of shrimp. It's crazy. So she went and found out what a mantis shrimp looks like, and she comes back and she draws it in a minute. And it's like all impromptu. She doesn't practice or whatever. She does it. So it speaks to her talent for drawing. And I guess just, the crazy. Yes, you should actually watch it. I think we should do a video on the stuff. But then, of course, I went back to watching my stencils at some point. So it was good. And then I went to church.
That's what you did in the weekend?
Well, for some parts of Saturday, because then on Saturday, I said I was not going to go anywhere. And then Kenya Power decided that they would, decide that that was the day that they wanted to do maintenance. So there was no power the whole of Saturday. So I read 2 full books. And I've been meaning to finish them. So I finished them. And then I read again The Politics of Nations on Saturday, the whole thing. And then I spent the later part of the evening watching these videos of these drawings and colorings. Yeah.
So power went off on Sunday?
Power went off on Saturday from 9 o'clock until 6. And I didn't leave the house.
My neck of the woods was Sunday.
And then yesterday, I went to church. And then came back and kept watching my videos.
Church is good.
Yeah.
What did God tell you?
Also, you have to plug into squads. You have to plug into people. You can't be alone. and then also we learned about offense, that sometimes we take offense, or we give offense, right? So there was a whole thing about forgiveness, about forgiving when you've done the wrong, or being able to forgive
when you've been offended. That's difficult usually.
Very hard to do.
Very difficult.
Yeah. So we finished the month remembering that.
It's interesting you should say that, because I was thinking of something else and during my quiet time.
Yeah.
The requirement that one should forgive one's enemies.
Yeah. It's a requirement, actually.
Yes.
It is.
And I was thinking, hey.
Tough one.
Man, I have relatives I don't even like. They're not my enemies.
It's a tough one.
So this one of forgiving my enemies, loving, not forgiving, loving. It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. And also forgiving yourself.
Watch you, it didn't end there. Do good to those who hate you. I said, hey.
Really? And it's a commandment.
Because my immediate knee-jerk reaction is to
slap you upside the head.
No, to wish them ill.
Yeah, may you fall into a pit of burning cauldrons or something.
I don't want you to die, but if you break a few limbs, that'll be good.
Not bad.
Yes.
May you heal in pain. You know, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a tough one. And then also forgiving yourself. Whoa, even tougher. Like, you think, okay, well, it's a no-brainer, right? But no, actually, when you look into it, it can be tough. Yeah, so that's what I did. Yeah. So here we are, getting into the morning. And Ednah, good morning to you. I can see you shining bright like a diamond. We'll have conversations this morning. Yes, it is a holiday, but there's some conversations that are still necessary to have, and we will have a number of those this morning. And we can see you guys are getting into the room. This is what I love about you guys. It doesn't really matter. Whatever the day of the week, whatever the time, whatever the seasons, you're always getting into Kenya's biggest conversation with us. And we're going to say hello to you in just a second, after I remind you that, you can brush your teeth with Sensodyne. Ednah, I tell them about Sensodyne. I do. Okay. You know what? You can bite into your favorite foods. Like, I've had some really blazing hot coffee this morning and I didn't hold my chin. And ice cream. That's another thing. And I had a bowl of ice cream yesterday, by the way, while I was watching these videos. And I didn't hold my chin. So I didn't even have to imagine. You don't have to imagine. It's just the way you like it. You don't have to imagine it anymore, because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity. How do we know this? Because Sensodyne is the #1 brand recommended by dentists. And we also keep reminding you that a happy mouth is a happy mind. Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity relief and overall oral health. So yay for that.
Now imagine if you wanted to buy Sensodyne toothpaste and you had an implemented tool that even as you buy the gadget, it actually gives you points. Would that not be a wonderful thing? So you buy and you still get.
What are those?
Well, this is now where I&M Bank comes into the conversation. They're saying, folks, we are aware that you have very many tools that you use for payment.
Yes.
But we want to introduce you to something that is a little new, a little in this sense.
Yeah.
It is a card nonetheless, but it's a world card. Okay? Now, with this card, what you are able to do is buy. But apart from buying with what you already have, we will give some of what you buy back in terms of points, and we'll call them Milele points.
I love it.
Now, these Milele points will guarantee that when they've accumulated adequately, you can purchase something. You can buy fuel. That same shopping you're doing and buying Sensodyne, you can do that. At the same time, if you want to fly, you can fly. But it doesn't end there. They're saying, we will give you, if you happen to be the 20th client, you will get 50,000 Milele points. Now, 50,000 Milele points, you may think, in Kenya shillings, what is it worth? Take a guess. 1, 2, no, it's actually worth 50,000 shillings.
Same.
Yes, so those are Milele points. So I&M Bank is saying, register. When you do register, that is what awaits you.
Fantastic. There you go. Tools that you can use. And we'll talk more about those as we get into it this morning. Yes, we can see you this morning. Eid Mubarak, CT. Don Saboy saying good morning. The keyboard warriors or the corrupt leadership? He's asking who is actually mentally ill. I know there were some sentiments that were flying about over the weekend. And you say that mentally ill in Malawi, you say Odwala mi manginizo. Dennis would have said it if you were here, and maybe we'll remind him about that tomorrow. Bas, yo. Peter Kiaria is tuning this morning, tuning from Ombaso. Eid Mubarak, indeed. Good morning, everyone. My Nyaboke, special salutations goes to you, says Desmond Otis. If it's the government that's pushing Maraga to vie for the presidency, then I give up being a voter. Okay.
Why?
Why? I must ask why.
Surely. The presidency and the competition for that particular seat is open to anybody.
Yeah.
If you're beyond a certain age and you're Kenyan, etc., etc., etc.
Why should it be a problem?
Maraga is a Kenyan
He's
citizen.
a Kenyan. He can run for president.
Yes, and he has other qualifications which fall into the etc., etc., etc. category. So why shouldn't he vie?
I wonder. I don't understand. But okay, Desmond. Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana amesema good morning everybody. Good morning to you too and have a blessed day. Eliana Yabesh, we see you. Good morning. You said Ruto must go. Why? Where must you go? Eric Awar says good morning guys. Good morning to you, Eric. And James Dan says at least today I got an opportunity to watch online. I've been listening to you on the radio. Yes, now you're at home and it's also good to have you in the room, James. Omar is tuned in from the UK and Team Spice says Jimmy, good morning and happy blessed Eid. Good morning, my prince. Hope you all had a good weekend. Yes, it was good. Robert Mbogo says good morning from Ombaso. Eid Mubarak. Good morning, tuned in from Atiak in Uganda. Na watakia holiday njema kwa ndugu na dada zetu wasalimu. Waislamu indeed. Waislamu. Arnold Mogusu says good morning, tuned in from Nanyuki. Good morning to you. Good morning, Spices, says Chris Mora. Good morning to you. Hello, Princess Ndu City and Aseto. Aseto, yes, good morning to you as well. And we know that Aseto will be at prayers. So he takes your greetings in absentia. The earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand has costed lots of lives and still many missing. Just curious, have we announced we're sending help like we did when California was burning? I don't know, but that earthquake was terrible. It was bad, and quite a number of people are yet to be located. So we just ask and we pray that they will be found. And with things like this, it's very possible that days later you find people under the rubble. Right? Zach OK says good morning. The son of Oginga has taken over the son of Mudamba's job. Really? Good morning and a new week to you. Hello, Spices. Monica Oile says, happy Eid from Ottawa. Celebrated the weather too early. Yeah, I know. That was so funny. I saw a number of things. Everybody said, spring is here, finally. The flowers are blooming. And then the snow woke up and said, yeah, right.
We are blooming. Not the flowers.
Not the flowers.
Yeah.
The snow said, not yet. Not yet. Good morning to another new week, another new beautiful Situation Room hosts. Looking forward to the usual hot seat conversations. Good morning, says Birhane Gebru Girmai. George Okoh is greeting all of us and says, how does it cost Kenyans to transport the president to the places he's waiting? He can do all these things from his office. I guess so. Eid Mubarak to you all, says George Okoh. Kenya, Kwisha, Brian Ocheno, ni. Finally, we're in spring. Careful, Lawrence. Beautiful morning from a chilly London Luton Airport. Sammy Lydiah says good morning, have a blessed day from Mazeras, and good morning, Seat Indra and Dennis. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. Good morning to you, Chris Ndieka. Forgive others for your own peace of mind. Indeed, Tibbs, very, very true. Good morning, CT Ndu and all the teams. Past greetings to Leo Baga. We shall greet her. Awilo Garang is tuning from Masaku and says good morning. We thank God for the last day of the month of March. Ruth, good morning. Indeed, we do. Jimmy Munudhi, says good morning and Eid Mubarak to our Muslims, brothers and sisters. Indeed. Good morning, Ndu CT. Streaming from Juba in South Sudan. The best morning show I can think of, a way to start my day. Thank you so much. John, you're in Laikipia. Good morning to you, John Gishuki. Wokeness is overrated, says it's me. Nini tena. Overdoing its borders on childishness. The sloganeering is becoming childish. I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe just give us a bit of a clue. It's me. Emmanuel says, good morning. Eid Mubarak. Dan Lab says, good morning, Siti and Ndu. It's calling for good governance and accountability, says Mwafrika. Okay. Good morning. The best morning show, says FT family. Good morning. You guys get it right all the time. Frank in Stockholm. Good morning to you. Samuel Kiema is tuned in as well and says you're online. Very good to have you here. The Defender says, good morning, Spice. This week we are waiting for Kasongo's money. There was money. Allah. Good morning, Spices. Watching from the city of Champions in Eldoret. Cyrus, good morning to you. Blessed week ahead, says Sami Mwalili. Happy Eid Mubarak to all my Muslim brothers and sisters, says, this is from Bamburi. Can Spice ask for the release of General Ogola's death investigation report? Yes. indeed. Good morning, everybody. As you're clicking into the room, always lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. And also folks who are tuned in on X, those who are on our live streams on Facebook, Karibu Sana. Always lovely to have you here. All right, CT, it's a new week. We're in a new city and a new proverb.
Yes, we are going to
country.
look at proverbs from the SADC region. Okay, and there's an archipelago in the Indian Ocean. They call it the Comoros.
Yes.
Okay, it's interesting that the Comoros actually became a federal Islamic republic on October 1st, 1978.
Oh wow!
Yes. But that isn't all. This republic has around 900,000 people. Total. Small islands. You know, the biggest one being Moroni. Then there's Mayotte. And then there are other small islands in between. Yes. But the thing that is significant about this country is that it has experienced since its independence, which actually was in 6 July 1975, 20 coups, both actual and attempted.
Between what and what?
From the time it got independence on 6 July 1975, it has experienced 20 or attempted coups.
Oh mon Dieu.
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Wow,
up,
that's
down.
a lot.
Yes, it's a feature that you find very prevalent on this particular continent of ours. And I keep mentioning it. And when we look at the suffering of the citizenry, you cannot go very far from citing this as one of the major causes, the instability that coups bring about. Okay?
That's crazy.
Yes. If the proverb, if you live by the river, you should make friends with the crocodile.
Wow.
It helps.
It does. In a particular situation, you need to make good or adapt.
You need to adapt.
You adapt to the good and the bad.
You adapt.
The fear and the comfort.
You balance things. You say, okay,
this is where we are.
So this is what I need to do. You adapt.
You adapt. Wow. Indeed, you do.
And adapting doesn't mean you are coerced. It doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
Adapt means you find a way of dealing with it,
Yeah.
not necessarily coping with it. Because coping often means you go with the flow.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that.
No.
You can decide to go against the tide, but you must know how to do that also.
Awareness that certain things are going to pop up.
Yes.
So how do you deal with them?
That now is the matter that is under discussion.
Kabisa. Okay, we'll see what people have to tell us about that when they come in. The Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper, as we look into the headlines this morning. Mungiki, back up. President Ruto's return to Mount Kenya remains a critical test of his grip on the region. Once a stronghold, shifting allegiances now threaten his once perceived dominance. Once a stronghold, shifting allegiances now threaten his once perceived dominance. Reports of former Mungiki leader Maina Njenga's involvement in mobilization efforts ahead of his tour raise questions, though planners deny the illegal sex involvement as backup plans to shore up numbers for optics. There's never any smoke without fire, or always told. We'll look into the details of this story. There's a picture here of young men holding dreadlocks of another young man. What does that mean? We'll look into that. Other headlines on the Standard this morning. Parents' fears over senior school places. The fears are real. Will my child get a place? Well, remember, we're going into the holidays this week, and then coming back after 2 to 3 weeks, grade 9s will make selections. And the questions are, will I get a spot? Will I get what I want? Gore and AFC played a barren draw. We saw that yesterday. Shemeji Derby was taking place at the Nyayo National Stadium. And happy Eid, the editor, management and staff of The Standard wish our readers and advertisers a happy Eid al-Fitr. Insecurity, ID vetting and calls for peace dominate Eid prayers. We saw this, that through the messages of many a sheikh around the country, that peace dominates those prayers. All right, the painful humiliation at her husband's burial of a lady called Melin Mogaka. She was invited to attend the burial of her estranged husband in Bisimba village, Nyamira County, But she had no idea what lay in store for her. We'll talk about that as we look into details of these stories. Parents rather anxious over flaws in senior school placement system. We also saw that CUSPS is open, and you can actually now start to select at university level. All right, many a story making the headlines today. We'll look into the details of that. Siti Ukunakiru.
Same paper. I did something that I have not done in my life, literally.
Yeah.
I left my gadgets at home.
It is unbelievable to see you gadgetless.
Even I feel, in fact, I was going to say I feel naked, but it's not true. I don't.
You okay?
I'm actually quite
You're
fine.
very okay. Okay. So what we do, we take a quick look at traffic that's non-existent today, and then we come back and look at these stories in detail. Amma?
That is an excellent suggestion.
Fantastic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
After a night drizzle, a little bit of cloudy conditions in Nairobi, currently at 16. We'll see highs of 23 through the day. And we're looking into a clear Nakuru at 14 with highs of 26 and partly cloudy at 16 in Nyeri with highs of 24. It's clear at 12 in Eldoret with highs of 25, while Mombasa is sunny at 27. We'll see highs of 33. It'll replicate in Malindi, currently at 27. It's 18 and clear into Kisumu with highs of 30, while Kakamega is clear at 17. We'll see highs of 28. Mostly clear at 21 into Kampala with highs of 28, while at 25 Dar es Salaam is cloudy with highs of 31. 16 and cloudy into Johannesburg with highs of 24, while Mogadishu at 27 is partly sunny. Addis Ababa is sunny at 13. Mostly cloudy at 28 in Lagos, while at 24 it's mostly clear in Kinshasa. 12 degrees and sunny into Beijing, while it's 6 and cloudy in Paris. It's 8 and cloudy in London. Sunday night in New York is 8 cloudy, coming into Monday, highs of 10 and lows of 8.
Spice up your life.
Yeah, today's not that day. We're going to see a lot of traffic on the roads today. Probably folks are getting where they're going without any problems at all. So no traffic, whether you're getting into the city coming off of Uhuru Highway or the Thika Superhighway. This is what it looks without traffic. Getting to the city in 60 seconds, literally. As you come off of Ngong Road as well, nothing much popping here. We'll look at other parts of the country as well. But for now, I think we're good. We're not going to have a traffic problem. Not today, where it's a public holiday. But we'll talk all the same, shan't we? SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
I've done a terrible thing, CT. Or rather, I've not done something, so now it becomes terrible.
Yes.
That I didn't tell people what we'll be discussing today.
No, that's not a terrible thing. No. Tell us now.
Now I can tell you.
Please.
Sawa. So, at 7 a.m., we will have a conversation with Arthur Gishuru. Who is he? He's a psychologist and founder of Serene Minds Wellness. We're going to be looking at the psychology of public deception and why some leaders can't stop lying. There's a thing. Lying has been linked to some kind of psychology issue. We're going to be having that conversation today.
Okay.
Sawa.
And what is not attached to some psychology thing in the life of and activities of human beings?
Eating bread.
Oh, no.
That one is psychological. You're hungry.
It's physiological.
Physiological.
Yes, but then it affects your psychology as well.
Indeed. The senator from Makwene County is Dan Manzo. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock, and we'll be talking about the Ruto must go warning. This has come from all, we've had it from the Interior CS. We have heard rumblings of the same coming from the forces as well as the NIS. We have then seen it ramp up most on social media as well as in public events, namely, like, for example, the football match that took place yesterday, the football match that took place the week before. And so the thing has been, the Ruto must go chant is getting louder and louder. We're going to be talking about that with the good senator from Makwene at 8. And then at 9 o'clock, Dr. Kenneth Ombongi. He's a senior lecturer at the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi. We're going to be looking at regional conflicts, the causes, the reasons, and the influences. Just look around the region. Look into DR Congo. Look into the Horn. Look into, things that have been simmering over the last few. Look at South Sudan and what is happening there over the last couple of days. So Professor Ombongi, quite versed, is going to be joining us at 9 o'clock, and we're going to be looking at some of these. So guys, buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride this morning. Shall we? All right. Mungiki comeback. Is that a thing? I want to look at parents' fears over senior school places. And that happens. There's so many things that are happening at the same time. CUSPS opened its portal just the other day and said, now, please, after we've heard from the courts, go ahead and select. We also know that pathways will be selected by grade 9s when they come in towards term 2. Now, lack of laboratories in many sub-county and county schools has raised concerns that students placed there may be disadvantaged. Well, I can tell you now, it's a no-brainer. If you need to study STEM, and that is a pathway you select, and the school that you will go to has no laboratories, you will not maybe be disadvantaged. It's not just raising a concern that perhaps it is absolute that you will have a very, very difficult time if the schools where you might attend as a STEM student in the pathway does not have laboratories. I mean, come on, that's where we are. Placing students in schools without resources for teaching STEM subjects is a dead-end career path, 100%. I don't even know why we are even saying, maybe mollycoddling the thing. It is not. But let me tell you the story. As government rolls out a new placement system for senior secondary school, anxiety is growing among parents over the selection process and the infrastructure gaps in sub-county and county schools. Many fear that their children may be placed in pathways that lack the necessary resources, forcing them to appeal their placements, thus delaying their academic progress. Experts warn that many sub-county and county schools lack the infrastructure and human resources to support science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, otherwise known as STEM. Placing students in these schools would be wasting their potential. The majority of students scoring an E in mathematics and science come with these schools, said Emmanuel Manyasa, director of Usawa Agenda, beg your pardon. It is unrealistic to expect them to suddenly excel without adequate resources and qualified teachers. Under the new guidelines, all schools are required to offer at least 2 pathways, including STEM. To provide students with greater choice, learners will select up to 12 schools, 7 for their first choice pathway, 3 for their second choice pathway, and 2 for their third choice. The selection will be based on students' performance and interest, availability of resources, and the number of vacancies. However, with numerous sub-county and county schools lacking labs, many worry that placing students in these institutions will put them at an advantage. According to one parent, there is no way parents and students will willingly opt for STEM education in sub-county schools that lack the necessary facilities. And that right there is my problem. I mean, the story goes on, of course, and talks about more of the hiccups that folks are going to face. But this is my problem. You have a cart, then you put it somewhere in the middle of the road. The only thing that can move this cart is a horse. You've taken the cart, you've put it in the middle of the road, and you've loaded the cart with whatever it is you're taking to market. You've left the cart now in the middle of the road. Now you are going to look for the horse.
Yes.
You're going to look for the horse.
And why you have to look for the horse is because you can't pull that cart.
You can't pull the cart by yourself. You need the horse to pull the cart, but you didn't think that perhaps maybe I'm going to have a cart that's full of goods that I'm going to take to market. Perhaps I should have had the horse somewhere, lazily eating hay, being brushed, ready, getting its horseshoe sorted out so that we can now hinge the thing to the cart and move the cart to market. This is my problem. You have come up with a system for education, a curriculum for education, which in and of itself is not bad. But you've come up with a curriculum which must be embedded in a system, but your system is not ready. You cannot tell people to choose STEM pathways for a system whereby 63% is the highest you have ever reached for science teachers in the country. But one of your pathways is STEM. You cannot ask people to select whereby you don't have laboratories. STEM is science, biology, chemistry. You don't have labs in sub-county and county schools, but you want students to select 10 schools from which they will attend. How do you expect this to happen? And this is not even being facetious. It is not making noise. It's just asking a simple question. How do you expect it to happen? And how do you expect to avoid this issue where everybody then goes and picks the same school? Because what's to stop me from selecting a school that I already know has the laboratories that are needed and has teachers? What do you expect to happen? And this is where we are today. They're about to select. And it's not as though you're going to come and tell us that, oh, by the time the selection is made, we will make sure that all these schools have labs and all these schools, by the way, have science teachers. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? So parents shouldn't actually be anxious, if you ask me. They should be downright scared. They should be.
You know, this matter of the CBE. See, it's CBE now.
How it's CBC?
It's not CBC. Whether it's CBE or CBC.
All join.
The matters that we keep discussing are not matters that cannot be resolved. There's nothing that we talk about here for which as not just a viable but a lasting solution can be found. The question I keep asking is, why are we going around in as many circles as we possibly can? Because that's what we seem to be doing.
Yeah.
It's not complicated, really.
It really is not.
No, it's not. But it's being made to sound like it's a real maze, something of a real head twister. It is not.
City, there are so many examples of how this is just a mess from the very beginning. It's like you want to cook pilau, you don't have rice. Then you put everything on the fire, you're cooking the potatoes, you're frying the onions, whatever. Then you realize, oh snap, let me see if I can keep this thing cooking here, and I go look for rice. Well, I mean, come on. You've said pathways. You've been very clear that there will be pathways. You either go in the science way or you go in the humanities way. And then now is when you think, many of the sub-county and county schools, which these students will select anyway, don't have the resources that they need. I mean, what are we doing? It just... my tired is tired. Why can't we just get it right? A friend of mine asked me a couple of weeks ago, do you think that we as Africans, these problems that we face, will get to the place whereby it's all... everything is okay and we're just rolling? I said, well,
yes,
we will. But in the meantime, if you see some of the things the way in which we are behaving in the meantime, it's going to take us a lot longer. If these are the things that we do. Look at how we operate. Look at how we operate. What do you expect?
It's not how we operate. That's a manifestation of how we think.
Our thinking is warped at best.
We have determined that our thinking will be guided by the desires that we have. And it's not complicated. People want to amass wealth without working for it, without building value as they try in the process to accumulate wealth. They just want wealth. And in so doing, they look for the easiest means. And plunder of government resources in this country seems to be the popular sport.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
And it doesn't really matter where you look, whether you look at the national government or you look at the county government. It is a national sport. So the decisions that appear simple and yet are complicated, if you pause for a second and ask the fundamental question, why is this simple thing being complicated? Because it's not complicating itself. Someone is complicating it. What is it that someone is twisting and turning and doing? And in trying and in attempting to do that, they have to find justification for it. And the manner that justification manifests itself is that you suddenly find you are a little beyond a spot of bother.
No, but Siti, you tell me, what do you think is going to happen? Because
yeah, what do I think?
Okay,
we will change.
Siti, you have students who will attend a sub-county school or a county school having selected to go the STEM pathway. Okay? Now, upon reaching this school, STEM pathway, we remember, is what? Science, technology, and what? And mathematics. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, right? These are and the fundamentals of this STEM is the science, whereby you have your basic science, your physics, your math, your biology, your chemistry, right? So now you go to this school. Your students have gone to this school. Your children have gone to this school. And the very basics of what they need. Number one, a few science teachers here, physics, biology, chemistry, maybe a smattering of teachers. And then you need the resources, the labs, for which we already know. It's not a story, CT, for which we already know.
At what level do students now need to transit into the STEM? Where?
Grade 9, and they're making the selection in 2 weeks.
Exactly. And how old are these children?
They are 14, 15.
Yes.
14, 15, it's
all
shared.
right. And for this to work right now, where exactly do we find this STEM being operationalized? Is it in the primary schools or in the
secondary schools? So it will be lower secondary now.
It is lower secondary.
Yes.
Which was the equivalent of Form 1 and Form 2.
Yes.
So they'll be going to a secondary school.
Yes.
All right. Now, fundamental question. Many building blocks were put up. A lot less than what we've been told they have put up or they plan to put up.
But I must remind you that lower secondary, at least for now, is still domiciled in primary schools.
Oh,
you're still going there.
I'm heading there.
Okay.
I'm heading there. So when you ask, remember I made a statement earlier on.
Yeah.
When you add that to what we are seeing, classrooms were built for what purpose? And where exactly were they built? In the primary or in the secondary school? Then let's circle back and go back to the secondary schools. Right now, Form 1 doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The classrooms do.
Yeah.
All right. Now, we asked this question, and this matter was brought to our attention by Dr. Manyasa, actually, when he said, look, last year, he said, but at some point there'll be no Form 1s. The teachers who are in that school will still be there, teachers who taught Form 1. What was this difficult thing in just saying lower secondary will be in primary school, in secondary schools? Because it is lower secondary, is it not?
It is.
Yeah, so, simple question like that has been complicated. Back and forth. The children need to be in primary school. Why? A string of fables accompany that particular question. Why not secondary school? Another string of fables. So you ask yourself, why is this simple thing being complicated? Why must we keep building new building blocks? Have we saturated the spaces that we have available where resources are also available? Secondary schools have labs. Secondary schools have science teachers.
Why spend money to build extra classrooms where you already have, and all you needed to do was tweak things a little bit? Because then it gives rise to what you are saying. Then maybe you've created an avenue for somebody to do what?
This is what I'm asking, because everything that has to do with infrastructure costs.
Yes, it does.
So why? I mean, look at all the possible reasons why this thing, which in and of itself is quite simple, has now been made to be complicated.
So complicated.
And you'll find at the heart of it, there is some money somewhere.
Yeah.
Because the budget and the money spent very often do not match what has been done.
They don't match.
I rest my case on that particular subject.
It gives me a headache.
There is something that has gone on now for some time, and the matter has been raised by our animation today as the Standard. But before I get there, let me look at why President is exposed without these 5 men. The 5 men in question here, this is on page 6 of the national news of the Standard. Rigathi Gachagua, Moses Kuria, Mithika Linturi, Justin Muturi, Linturi, and then Muturi, and then Ndindi Nyoro. What this story seeks to point out is that all these people were instrumental in helping the president get to his seat. And there is a quotation from a certain gentleman by the name of Charles Njoroge, who is a political analyst. Most of them enjoy a huge influence. These people here, whose names I've mentioned, they enjoy a huge influence and have a massive following, while Ruto's remaining loyalists lack charisma. That's what he says. The story goes on to explain why, in the absence of these men, the president will now not make the headway he hopes to make.
Where?
In the mountain, because all these stories around the mountain and the president visiting the mountain. Okay? This is a story that does not need explanation, because the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
See, we'll see.
And when the president visits the mountain, we will see.
We'll see. And that's slated for this week. We'll see.
Yes, this one, I am not going to take time to try and analyze and say, well, you know, so-and-so has so many people. But on the other hand, so-and-so has so many people. But if you really look at this thing, what is really going on is, no. Let's wait and see, okay? The truth will out. There is a caricature of the Director General of NIS, and there's a Ruto must go... binoculars, okay? It's actually must go. There's no Ruto anywhere.
It's just must go.
Yes. And there's a dog here which seems to be saying, a dog, this is a talking dog, National Intimidation Service. This is the story that has actually been on for some time, whether it is what the Director General said, whether it was the CDF Chief of Defence Forces said. Two other people spoke. Faith Odhiambo, LSK Chair, Dr. Sudur, AG. They all spoke. But the conversation of these two gentlemen are the ones which have been highlighted to the extreme. Now, there is an article right under that by a gentleman called Kidi Muga, who attended that function. How do I know who attended that function? He has said so.
Yes.
He attended the function. He goes to explain, and the headline of his explanation is why public attack against KDF chief is baseless and pointless. I also know he was there because I saw him there.
Yes.
How did I see him there?
Because you attended the function.
I attended the function.
Yes.
And the truth is this. The two officers who are quoted extensively went to great lengths to explain their function. We were demystifying, this is what they said, this role that the agencies have, and the attempt was to make these agencies perhaps a little more open and a little more accountable to the public. And you do that by what? Speaking. Let me tell you the list of people who are invited. Matatu Association, okay? Foreign diplomats, okay? Former KDF officers and people who have been in peace. One was General the retired General Simboeyo and Amina Mohammed, all right? The people who were also invited were former student leaders who have an association and current student leaders. Okay. Then they invited media. That is us.
Yes.
Okay? Then a mixture of civil society and media, meaning the group was fairly well mixed. The thing that I found astounding about it, it is the first time that such a gathering had ever been organized by the intelligence services.
That's what I was going to say. They're not really, they're not the ilk of events or gatherings like that.
No, the nature of their craft requires some element of secrecy.
It does.
And even that was discussed and mentioned. Now, anyone who went there will realize that what is being quoted as and summarized as intimidation was actually an explanation of their role according to the Constitution and what they do. And the whole forum was supposed to try and demystify and say, look, folks, this is what people think. This is actually what we do. And this is why we do it. KDF, I'm going to mention, he said, look, our mandate is maintain peace within and outside the country. If people want a leader to go, they must follow constitutional means. If it appears that you're not following constitutional means, remember our mandate to restore peace and to retain the sanctity of the country, we will step in. It is our mandate.
If we need to, we will.
If we remember the state, if we feel is being threatened, we will step in. It's our job to protect the state and the citizenry. Now, How that got turned around and it became intimidation is the thing that I've been marveling at. How?
Yeah, well, you know what it is. A good story is a good story. And whether it's taken out of context for it to stand on its own, or whether it's attached to what it actually said, that's what makes a story. Newsmen and women have been trained in that craft. So it'll be interesting to see how this conversation opens up in the next coming days. If the DG of the NIS came out to communicate to folks in the manner in which he did during that event, I see with all of this rising that he'll probably do something again in terms of communication to say, this is what I said.
They said they will, that he may not. They are not in the hand.
They're not to come and answer people.
No, they do not do. But what I do not doubt, because they said they're going to have more such gatherings and try to diversify it. But
it will give an opportunity.
Do you know of anywhere on this planet where intelligence forces do such things?
Where do you see intelligence people?
Do you even know who they are?
You don't know who they are.
Yes.
Where do you see intelligence people? It's just that you happen to know who the head of the... It's like the FBI or the CIA, you know who the heads are. But do they come and start telling you, this is what we did on Tuesday?
Or do you even know what they look like most times?
Difficult.
You have no clue.
Difficult.
None whatsoever.
Difficult. Okay, it's 5 minutes, 7 o'clock. Let me tell you this story about melon, right? It's important for us to highlight such stories because then you get to know the society's hold on certain things and where we live and what kinds of things we should be calling for. So when Melin Magoka was invited to attend the burial of her estranged husband in Nyabisimba village in Nyamira County, she had no idea what lay in store for her. All that raced through her mind were the fond memories of her late husband, Joseph Osoro, and the painful moments that ultimately led to the breakdown of their marriage. It had been almost a year since she walked away from the union following irreconcilable differences. Now living in Narok, Mogaka had received news from old friends in Nyabisimba that Osoro had died in a road accident. Now, given how bitterly their marriage had ended, Mogaka, still in the process of healing, had not expected to attend the burial. However, when she received a call from her mother-in-law, her heart pounded. For a moment, she was torn between answering or ignoring the call, but an inner voice urged her to pick up. Her mother-in-law's message was curt and firm. Mogaka was to take her children to pay their last respects to their father. Not wanting to bear the guilt of denying her children the opportunity to bid farewell to their father, she reluctantly agreed. When she set off for Nyabisimba village in the company of her parents, Nehemiah Matundura and Jelia Kerubo, along with her children, she had no idea she was walking into an ordeal that would strip her of dignity, all in the name of fulfilling certain cultural rights that now thrust the Nyamira village into the spotlight. Now, what happened? Beyond being locked in a room with Osoro's body, Mogaka was molested and beaten at the graveside by a group of men for refusing to throw soil onto Osoro's final resting place, an act meant to prove that she had no hand in his death. One woman poured soil all over me, including my inner clothes, hair and ears. A man struck me in the stomach and my entire body is swollen. I want the government to help me because I have no one else to turn to. As this was happening, someone, whether innocently or deliberately, recorded the incident. The video soon went viral, sparking widespread public outrage. Feminist groups and the National Gender and Equality Commission demanded the immediate arrest of those involved. However, an elder, Obino Nyambane, saw nothing wrong with the attack, insisting that it was a form of punishment for failing to observe burial rites. She refused to pour soil on the grave to prove that she didn't kill him. We are just doing what traditionally we would have done to anybody.
This is an estranged wife, by the way, estranged husband.
Their marriage had essentially, for all men and with that purpose, had come to an end.
Yes, it had crumbled.
Then now you want to come. These rights essentially are for a wife or a spouse who at the time of death, they were still together, from what we understand.
I don't know about this right. I'll ask. You know, the thing about our people, some rights can be made up on the spot.
This is true. You can actually say,
no, our rights say this is really, is it a consensus?
I wonder.
Well, anyway.
According to Obino Nyambane, he said, we cannot call this a human rights issue. It is about culture and the traditions of a people who should respect their customs.
Beating up people is part of the culture, is it now?
So they're saying the beating up came as a result of her refusal to do the things according to the
Wait, you're justifying the beating?
That's what they said, imagine. I'm telling you, in this day and age.
Someone is justifying the beating and said, no, we did the right thing by beating her up because she didn't toss some mud or dust on the grave of this immediate former husband.
Imagine. And so now it has become a whole human rights issue. Women's groups, police, everybody is
But
being
it is
called.
a human rights
It
issue.
is a human rights issue. First of all, you lock her up in the room with the fellas,
corpse.
the corpse, and then after that, she refuses to follow your rights or your culture or whatever, and then you decide
As
you're
you
going to
say.
thump her up.
And what happens if she doesn't subscribe to those things?
Or what if she had listened to her conscience that told her in the first place,
Not to go.
don't even go for this thing? And she didn't listen. And now here she is with all this drama. Some of our rights sometimes are interesting, aren't they?
Some of our rights as perceived and as operationalized by our people are really strange.
I'm telling you. Where? And that's where we end it for this hour. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Family in Nakuru is mourning the loss of two brothers who perished in a tragic road accident. The siblings, David and Paul Mwangi, lost their lives when the vehicle they were travelling in was involved in a three-car collision at Gilgil along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. David, the firstborn in the family, and Paul, the lastborn, were travelling together when their journey was abruptly cut short. David, Paul and two farm workers were travelling in a Toyota Prado that was now reduced to a wreck. Traffic police reports indicate that a trailer driver attempting to overtake other vehicles collided head-on with their vehicle. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has broken his silence regarding the case of missing Kenyan police officer Benedict Kabiru, stating that the search mission is still ongoing. He assured that information would be relayed to the public once the officer is found. The family of the missing officer has expressed concerns over the limited information shared by the police 6 days after Kabiru disappeared.
Swali ya kule Haiti maofisa wetu wanaendelea kufanya kazi vizuri. Kwa saa hizi nikisema wameweza kufanya kazi mingi. Unajua wakati walienda huko ilikuwa barabara hasipitiki, ilikuwa airport imefungwa, poti yenyewe imefungwa, mahospitali yasikuwa zinafanya kazi, watoto walikuwa hawaendi shule, lakini sasa hiyo yote inaendelea. Tuko na ofisa yetu ule bado ako missing, na bado tunazidi kutafuta na tutampata, na tukimpata tutawajulisha pia.
At the same time, Kanja reiterated that the US government has not stopped providing funding to security forces fighting criminal gangs in Haiti despite President Donald Trump's recent orders to reduce foreign funding.
Ile fund ambao inasaidia maofisa wetu wale wako mission ile ya Haiti inatolewa na nchi nyingi. Amerika ikiwa moja hiyo nchi. Na ya pili nataka kusema hivi, Amerika haijasimamisha hiyo fund. Iko sawa kabisa. Na maofisa yetu wanaendelea kukaa vizuri vile wanatakana kukaa.
And there have been conflicting reports regarding Kabiru's fate since his disappearance on March 25th. Police have arrested a house help who is suspected of stealing 2.2 million shillings from her employer's home and gone into hiding. They said the arrest took place after well-coordinated efforts by DCI detectives. Police revealed the details leading to the alleged crime, stating that on March 16th, the employer left the house help at home and she went about her daily errands. A few hours later, a security guard called her, saying that the house help has been seen living with a large carrier bag, which, on being questioned, claimed she was delivering something for her boss. And finally, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned Kenyan youth against misusing social media amid the ongoing debate on last week's comments by Chief of Defence Forces General Charles Kahariri on the Ruto Must Go slogan. Now, General Kahariri and NIS boss Nudin Haji condemned the movement which Kenyan youth have sustained since last year's protests against President William Ruto's government, sparking criticism over their involvement in politics. Murkomen, however, defended Kahariri and Haji, saying the youth should listen to them and refrain from social media arguments that he said could jeopardize Kenya's political stability.
If we are going to become a country that has order, my friend, forget about this thing you are answering the Chief of Defense Forces and the NIS Director. Those two gentlemen are speaking from information. They are warning you, they are warning your country, they are warning your future. You are making social media arguments here and politicians speaking out here and there. My friend, the future of a country needs order. Otherwise, there is a reason why this country is in peace. We could as well easily be in the same situation with our neighbors. We are not too special. We could be sitting in a refugee camp in another country. We have to warn ourselves as a nation that we must do our things in order.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
It's that day where we will not have too much traffic today. So just doing a spot check over most parts of the city today. And I think we're doing all right in terms of traffic. Free roads and a bit of a sprinkle in some parts. So we want to be very careful because, there's a propensity to go a lot faster because there's less traffic on the road. So please be careful either way as you're making your way in and out of the city today. So you might want to enjoy the city and see what it actually looks like without traffic on a Monday. But we'll keep an eye on all of this and we'll talk, shan't we? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 6 minutes after 7 o'clock and getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this last day of March. And at this point, I'm calling on all ambitious young Kenyan high school graduates. I'm calling on you 1, 2, 3. Are you dreaming of studying at top global universities with scholarships and sponsored placements? Is that your dream? Do you wake up and you think, I'm finishing high school, I want to get to a place where I can go to a top university? And we're saying, okay, well, you know what? You can start your journey now. Visit and listen to this. bit.ly/ALX pathway SFM. That's bit.ly/ALX pathway SEM to explore our global university network. So the deadline for these applications is the 21st of April 2025. Don't miss out. And what am I saying that you can do? You can start your journey and make your dream a reality. You can gain globally recognized skills. You can access an extensive network of global universities and receive expert mentorship and career guidance. All of those things. So you can, on this ALX platform, you can talk to folks who are going to say, well, this is what you want to study, this is the university to go to. There's an extensive network of global universities. Which continent do you want to go to study? Where do you want to? You can receive the best advice and you can get the greatest career guidelines. All you need to do is get onto that site that I talked to you about. It's bit.ly/ALX pathway SFM. Explore global university networks on the ALX pathways. Remember, it's the 21st of April. That's the deadline. You don't want to miss out on that with ALX pathways. And so, CT, you can fly around the world and you can gain points. You can go shopping and you can gain points. You can do all sorts of things and gain money and earn.
You will be amazed at the things you can do and earn points. You'll actually be amazed. But the amazement needn't be something that is far-fetched. If I were to tell you that by simply applying to the I&M Global card, that beyond just being able to fly, you'll be shown how. The how is very simple.
How to fly?
Every time, no,
I'm
how
joking,
to enjoy flying.
Okay, yeah.
How to fly, that's tricky. There were two guys, Deadless and Icarus, who tried it. Didn't work very well.
It didn't work very well.
Didn't work very well for them. If you apply for the card and you use it as you do cards that you may already have, the thing that differs here is you gain points. And the points that you gain, when they're sufficient, they enable you to fly, as we call it, to buy a ticket. But that's not all they do. You can pay for fuel, you can do your shopping. So as you're shopping, you are actually benefiting. Now comes the clincher. Every 20th customer will get 50,000 Milele points. That's what the points are called. And the 50,000 Milele points are the equivalent of 50,000 Kenyan shillings.
Love it.
So, please, well, take the step and apply.
Take the step and apply and get onto the app and do so today. Sawa. Okay. So we're getting into conversations this morning and our guest is seated. We've been hearing a number of things over the last couple of months. Lies, liars, the things that you're telling us is not true, etc., etc. We're having a conversation today around the psychology of public deception and why some leaders just can't stop lying. Psychologist and founder of Serene Minds Wellness is Arthur Gishuru, and he's in the hot seat of the Situation Room again this morning. Arthur, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
You're going to hear a proverb from CT, and you will then help us interpret that according to what your thinking is, and then we get into the conversation. Is that all right?
I hope you'll draw a good one.
Well said. I was waiting for you to say a difficult one. And I was going to say there's nothing like a difficult proverb. Maybe you haven't heard it before, but it is good if you haven't, because then you learn a new proverb. If you live by the river, you should make friends with the crocodile.
If you live by
the river,
you should make friends
with the crocodile.
With the crocodiles. Wow, a good one. That means you should be able to know your enemies, and you should be able to know how to navigate, how to live together harmoniously.
You put it very well.
Very well indeed.
It's painless.
You have proven for yourself that it is painless. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yes.
So we are getting into this conversation this morning, and I think sometimes it's important for us to look at the reasons, behind why folks do the things that they do. We've heard many a Kenyan, many a politician, even many people over the last couple of months say that the things that we have been told, by virtue of the fact that they have not happened, were lies. And that we hear people standing atop, as they've been standing atop vehicles and doing the normal politicking of the day, saying things that are lies because they've not been done. Or that we hear that things that should have been done, you said that you were going to do them, and within a certain period of time you said you were going to do them, you did not do them, so they were lies. And because of that habitual nature, experientially, that we see things have not been done in the way in which they said that they were going to do, our human nature then, that the next thing that comes out of your mouth will be called a lie. That because we have seen certain things happen in a certain manner over time, our minds just kind of click into that kind of thing. You being the psychological expert here, we then will say that everything else that comes out of your mouth, whether or not it is, will be deemed by us to be a lie. So today we're looking at the psychology behind it all, and the psychology of public deception. And we want to get some definitions, first of all, to even understand. When we talk about we talk about the psychology of public deception, can we really, I want to make up a new word today, scientify it? Or is it just somebody telling a lie?
Okay, that's a good one. Well, we should know, first of all, that lying is a universal human phenomenon, that human beings do lie. And when we say that is a universal human phenomenon, we say that we lie according to the theory of self-preservation. We lie to preserve a self-image. We lie because there is something that we want to, I want to make sure that I have avoided some criticism or probably punishment. And when we say that it is a universal human phenomenon, we don't mean that people should lie chronically. We're saying that people should lie, there is something we call the white lies.
Mhm.
When we talk about the white lies, it's just simply the lies that I'm coming, but simply you're seated in here in the office. Give me a minute, but you simply know that you're not giving someone a minute. You'll reply to their message or to their call after an hour. That is what we call white lies. But now we have what we call chronic lying. Let me use a term, pseudological fantastica. That is chronic lying that now you're saying, the one that you're saying, you have lied to a point whereby even tomorrow, when you take the mic, people will know that definitely there is a lie that is coming from you. And now you now get to a point whereby now you're using lies to manipulate people. Sometimes people lie without even the need to lie. There was no point of you lying. You're not even self-preserving anything.
There's no situation that could get you in an issue.
Exactly. But you have just gotten to a point whereby you lie and lie and lie to a point of now it has become I'll not say kind of personality, but you have now the tendency. It is personality traits, personality tendencies of lying. So it's kind of a DNA creeping into you that you're gonna lie and you're gonna lie tomorrow and over time. But why do people and especially leaders lie? We say that the more a power a human being has, the more likely they are to lie.
Power over what though? Or power of what?
Power of anything. And especially leadership power.
Mhm.
And when we talk about leadership power, now when you look at the public powers, the public leaders, they're going to lie more probably because of the environment, the expectation, because of self-preservation of the image and the control that they have. If you lie, you get the control, the fallacy of control. So they believe that if I lie, if I continue lying, then I preserve a certain kind of an image and I'll get to control people. And that is why most of them will actually repeat a particular lie over time. Because they believe that if I repeat a lie many times, people will buy it as truth.
But is that a lie, really? Is it false to say that if you repeat something often enough, people will actually believe it? Is that statement entirely false?
If you repeat
something, let's call it a lie. If you repeat a lie enough times,
yes,
people will believe that it is true. Is that statement entirely false?
Is not false. Is a belief that they have. People will kind of buy it as the truth, but in the real sense, it's not the truth.
Then would you then say that to someone who believes it is true, to that person, is it then not true?
To someone who believes that is true.
That lie is true. To them, is it then not true? And if it is not true, and the essence of what is said is not true, then what is it that would confound that truth and convince this particular person that what they believed was actually not true?
For example, if I stood atop a vehicle today, for all intents and purposes, I want to build a road from Mombasa to Makueni. I have said it. To me, it is true. It is my truth. And in that moment, everything that I'm going to do is towards making that road be.
Yeah.
How do you say that what I'm saying is a lie? Perhaps this is my intent. This is what I plan to do. And as I sit here in this, like you said, it comes from a lot of people who are in positions of leadership. And if I say that this is what I want to do at that moment, could it not be that is my truth? I don't think I'm lying. I have all intent to do it. I even have the resources at some point to be able to do it. When does it then become a lie? When it doesn't happen?
Exactly. The thing about lying is that we will have a lot of inconsistency.
Okay.
So you'll be known that you're lying when there is something that you have said probably yesterday, the other day, but there is nothing that is coming forth. So these are false promises.
Okay. So then can a lie, or then can the truth become a lie? Please understand what I'm saying. Just as the example CT is giving here, at that point, to me it is true what I have said is true. City, I owe you 1,000 shillings. I am going to pay you. I'm not lying. I am telling you the truth.
You intend to.
I intend to. That is my intent. I am a member of Parliament. I am the president. I have said I am going to build a road. I am not lying. This is my intent. I want to do it. Can this truth become a lie? Or are we saying, in the event that this thing that I am telling you in truth does not happen, then it morphs into a lie? But I'm not lying at the point at which I say it. I have all intent to do it. At that point, it's not a lie. It's like the caterpillar becomes something else. Can it become something else without in my intention of it being?
Actually, now when you look at the term deception, it is the intentional, you are intending to actually manipulate, to actually lie. Like you have said, I'll tell you that I'm going to pay you your 1,000. For me, I know I owe you 1,000 and I know I should pay you. But I'm telling you that I will pay you. That is what I'm supposed to do. But now here, I am intentionally telling you that I will pay you, but I'll not pay you. So in the first place, I'm manipulating
So
you.
you're suggesting that even as they say it, they have no intentions of doing it?
Yes.
They're saying it for the sake of doing it?
They are saying for the sake of doing it, and now they will intentionally use other manipulative tactics.
Okay.
Yes.
If you say that I'm saying it for the sake of doing it, how do you measure that what I'm saying is just for the sake of saying it and that I don't mean it? Is there a way in which you can figure it out?
Probably with time.
Time.
Yes.
Now, with the time, it's an interesting concept, comes other intervening variables. What if the promise was made at a time when it appeared like it were possible, and then mitigating some circumstances rear their heads, and I'm not able to?
But I had intent to.
I may even have begun the process, but I didn't do it.
Am I lying?
You began the.
I began the process. I'll give a live example. That money that you owe me.
Yes.
You tell me you're going to pay it to me because you expect someone to pay you. The person doesn't pay you. Now, are you a liar?
If I had the intention of paying you, and I had begun even the plans of paying you, let's say probably I actually even paid a down payment of 300 or 400, right? Then I was making steps, right? Then it got to a point whereby maybe I don't even have the money. I don't even have the resources to even, give you the money. And I come to you and I tell you the truth that this is the representation of the situation of how things are, and I cannot be able to pay you. Then at that moment, you're not lying. You're just telling the truth.
Okay.
Because you can be able to, table the facts.
Okay.
But now when you're lying, you come to me and now you tell me that you cannot pay me simply because that you don't have a job or you don't have the resources or the means to pay me. But ideally, you have a job and you're actually getting the money.
Okay.
What we have seen probably in the country or probably even in the world is whereby people will come to the public and tell you the economy is now and everything, right? But then when you look at the representation, when you go to the ground, things are different.
Okay.
When you tell people why things are not, we are not making the roads, people will say that we're not making the roads because there is no money. But the other day you told us that there was money. So that was an intentional line. You're deceiving. You're deceiving people, and you're manipulating them, or you're using the manipulative tactics to just deliver what you want.
And if you were to come to them in the future, the likelihood of them believing anything that you said thereafter is, very low. Is it possible for you to say something in truth, but to somebody else they receive it as a lie? And I'll give examples of this, and I think that at some point where we ask ourselves, what are we talking about here? And we can just be bold enough to say it here, that a lot of people have ascribed the capacity to lie to a lot of the promises that the president made and things that he says then in the future. And we give examples of that. We knew that gas would be almost zero rated because he said it would. He said that there would be diapers for children coming out of hospital at birth, and that there would be care for mothers, maternal births. He said that certain roads would be completed by said time. He said that certain stadia, even before he was president, would be completed in 6 months, 12 months, 9 months. We have pictures, we have evidence that those things had not been completed until today. He said that there would be 50% of gender equality in his selections. That still has not happened. Those are things that have not happened. Those are things that he said would be done. They have not been done. Were they lies?
No, lies have also forms. And one of the forms is exaggeration. When you talk about exaggeration, you're talking about, you're telling someone a fact. Not a fact. You're telling someone something that looks achievable, but ideally you exaggerate. So when you tell people that you'll have a machine that will generate probably 1 million barrels within a minute, probably it's doable. Maybe we'll have such kind of a machine, but is it there today? Maybe you exaggerate. So when you talk about the things that probably have ever been promised by leaders before, it looks achievable, but at the end of the day, probably it was an exaggeration.
Okay. Let me look at promises that have been made and promises that have been made during the process of campaigning. I am using a political example because usually political examples are out in the open and very many people can determine what it is that they're hearing. And in the event of them not being fulfilled, many more people can arrive at a conclusion. What is it that constitutes political promises? And are political promises doable? Because if you're talking about politicians, that's what they are. They are promises. Are they doable? Pick one promise that was made, which in your mind may not be doable.
Probably we'll go with the machine.
For making chapati.
I can tell you that when the president was campaigning before, and he said, should he become president, that there was going to be 100 million shilling fund for commercial sex workers. For business. He did say this.
He did?
Yes.
Was that fund set up?
No. Or that another one. He said that every woman who gave birth was going to receive 3 months worth of diapers for her newborn baby, on the bill of the state.
Right. Has that happened?
It has not happened.
Okay. Are we therefore saying that political promises must always be taken seriously? When someone, yes, I've started with, I'm labeling it deliberately, political promises. We hear them when people are campaigning.
Or we hear them when people feel that they've lost a little bit of, gravitas, they've lost some ground, and they feel that, okay, if I can come and make a promise, or I can say that something is going to happen, then likelihood of people then accepting me back. But why do we see this mostly then amongst politicians?
The then competitor who was seeking the presidency also promised that people who are below a certain poverty level would receive 6,000
shillings per month.
Yes. A universal care package that will enable them to survive. Why 6,000? Because that is what the Kenya Bureau of Statistics has indicated would be the most minimum amount
you can survive on.
You can survive on if you live in an urban area.
Yeah. We'll go back to the self-preservation theory. Now, for a normal human being without power, it's self-preservation. You're lying to just preserve, your dignity, to avoid punishment and what have you. But when it comes to leaders, now it is power preservation. So I'm lying because I want to preserve my own power. Like you've said, do very well, that, we will see it during campaigns. You will see it when when a certain politician realizes that they have lost track with the ground. They have lost control with their own, people, and what have you. So they will come to the ground and they will actually promise many things, knowing very well that they are not in a position to do this. But why does it happen? It happens also because the environment allows. There is a theory of behavior enforcement. For example, if today you do something and you are not punished for it, tomorrow you're more likely to do it and do it over again because there was that reinforcement that was done the other day. So us as the public, we have actually created an enabling environment for these particular readers to come.
How are we?
How?
By accepting.
Accepting what?
Them to come.
Accepting the lies.
How do you accept it? If somebody comes and says to you, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump on this because it's one of the things that's front and center right now. If somebody comes and says to you that based on things that we've been working on over the last few months, we are going to create a system so watertight that you'll walk into hospital by virtue of your contributions, you'll walk to any medical facility. You will be treated, you will not be asked to pay. There are certain procedures for which you have already contributed, and because of that, you will then be able to walk into hospital. You may be operated on, you may sleep a couple of nights in hospital, it'll pay for you. You don't have to, you will walk out without having spent a dime, right? And then at the stage whereby there may be some kind of chronic or critical illness, we're going to take care of that as the state, and you don't have to worry about that at all. In the event that should you not believe it when somebody says something like that? And then the event that it does not happen, and I ask the question again, in the event that doesn't happen, has the state lied to you? When they've said that, you will walk into hospital today and the Social Health Authority will ensure, beyond reasonable doubt, beyond any doubt, that you will be treated and you will not have to spend a penny more. And that does not happen. And if it happens for a few, doesn't happen for everybody. Was it a lie?
It was manipulation. I think one of the responsibilities that we have as the public is to always counter-check. Always go back to the facts. And that is why the media is very, very important when it comes to investigative media, to give in facts, to educating the public. For us as the public, we really need to go back and look at the things, the reality of the things. For example, when you talk about a system of health that will come and you will not pay even a penny, we have to ask ourselves, has it ever happened before? Have we ever been there at a point whereby maybe the NHIF was there? Were we paying something? Yes, we were paying something. Was it fully working to a point whereby if I go to the hospital for a checkup of a particular kind of a disease, will I pay? It used to pay to a certain extent, but now comes we are brought to a point of now trying manipulating us to believe that a new system will actually fully work without even us paying even a single shilling. Okay. Then us as the public, we should ask questions. We should make sure that we are bringing these particular readers to a, tell me the truth. Let us debate this. Where are the facts and what have you? So if we believe it at the face value, then we are giving them the environment for them to come and lie tomorrow and over again.
If you consider the promises that are made, and they are usually many by politicians, and then you look at the implementation of one of those promises, like SHA, you realize that what was actually said or meant was that there is a certain cadre of citizens who will not have to pay a cent. So it's not blanket. There's a cadre that would pay. There's a cadre for whom the government would pay 1 and 3. That is the reality. The promise was it will be
free.
So is the public simply trusting, or are they gullible? Because the word manipulation has been used several times. So are we just a bunch of
gullible, fickle-minded individuals?
Or are we people who are trusting, and if indeed the promises are not true, then it says we are people whose trust has been abused repeatedly?
We have been gaslighted, I'll say that.
What is gaslighting?
Gaslighting is whereby you change, you manipulate someone to a point of now they cannot believe what is true. They doubt themselves. So you doubt, you're put at a point whereby you know the truth, but at the same time you are actually doubting yourself. So the public has been gaslighted to a point of they know this is the truth, but they don't know whether
to believe it or not.
So
and that is the power of manipulation.
You're painting a very, very negative picture of the public, that they cannot think, they cannot stand up to what is true, and then they need someone to tell them what is true. Really?
They can. They can. And they have always shown that ability.
Okay.
The public has always been out there trying to make to make efforts of trying to come out and, confronting the politicians. But at the same time, there is a lot of manipulation, there is a lot of gaslighting. But what happens when it comes to now people who deceive the public, or the people or leaders who deceive the public, is that they also use a lot of resources. Lying, you must have money, you must have resources. And even if you don't have the resources, for you to actually come up with a lie and maintain it as a lie, your mind will actually use a lot of energy. Number one, that is the resource of energy. Number two is the resource of the money. So lying also comes with the aspect of the resources, the material resources, whereby you'll go to the public, you'll control this and this and this, probably even controlling the media houses. At the moment, what we are seeing is a lot of emotion, using a lot of emotional tactics, whereby if I tell you, City, that, well, if you love your country, you should not be speaking anything like you should not be telling leaders that they are lying.
Right.
You get my point. So you're emotionally gaslighted to a point of, I love my country.
But should I actually speak out in terms of what I see to be true?
You are reinforcing the idea that we are gullible.
Okay, let's take a break on that point and come back about this gullibility issue, because I think it's one thing that we ought to look at. Arthur Gishuru is the psychologist and founder of Sereni Minds, and we're looking at this issue of the psychology of public deception, and asking why some leaders just can't stop lying. And we'll come back and look at more details of this when we come back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start the weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16, and it is sunny at 14 in Nakuru, while it's 16, and light rain showers now in Nyeri. Sunny conditions at 13 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 27. Malindi at 28 is sunny. 21 and sunny conditions in Kisumu, with 18 and sunny into Kakamega, while it's partly sunny at 22 in Kampala. Dar es Salaam at 24 is cloudy. Sunny at 16 in Johannesburg, while at 28 it is sunny in Mogadishu, and 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Mostly cloudy in Lagos at 27, and partly cloudy at 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
It's not a day to be worried in any way about traffic today. We're not seeing much in most parts of the city today, but we're going to keep keeping an eye on things this morning and need your help as well. There is the tendency to want to go faster than normal, and I know a lot of folks are coming back into the city this morning, so we'll likely see heightened levels of traffic later on. But we're going to keep an eye on all of it here in the Situation Room. We'll talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Psychologist Arthur Gishuru is our guest this hour, and we're looking at the psychology of public deception and asking ourselves, why can't politicians stop lying, essentially? And I guess that's the question. Why can't they?
The promises that are made, are they all lies? Because they make promises. It's what politicians do. It's their trade. But they're not the only ones who make promises. Parents make promises. Every day. Are parents lying? Are they deceptive? Are they being manipulative when they make promises, which at the time they're making, they know full well they cannot keep? Or is it something that you make as you look for a solution? So you
hold.
Yes, exactly. To manage the situation as you try to fulfill the promise you have made.
When you lie to just probably control the situation, like for example, a parent will tell you that we are still in control, things are gonna be well. Well, they know that very well that they don't even have the money to take you back to school. That is altruistic lying, whereby you lie to control the situation, which is allowed. When it comes to it's laughing. It's allowed when it comes to a situation whereby you actually have to control the panic. For example, as a doctor, doctors will use it in terms of they're not lying, but they're just controlling. They're just manipulating the information to just maybe lower the fact the way they are. Maybe today, some person A is diagnosed with cancer, stage 4. They will actually tell you that yes, you have this particular illness or this particular condition, okay? Maybe there is nothing that they can do, but they will try and show you how much they can be able to do to help you. But ideally, they know that very well that probably this particular cancer, the way it is actually going to put you down in a couple of months or in a couple of years.
But they're telling you the truth, though. And this is the thing, and this is one thing that we always ask for, that whether it is a doctor with a patient in hospital, or whether it is the president of a nation talking to 55 million different people, that we are saying that the truth as it is, for me, just looks like a better way to handle things. Albeit painful in the beginning, you're going to adapt. It's like the fellow who lives next to the river, who's going to be aware that there's a crocodile that lives there and you must make friends with it. This is the thing for me, that why do we resort to making things look better than they actually are? Because we think that in the interim, it's going to make you like me a little bit more, or that it'll make the position a little bit better, as opposed to saying, hey guys, we are in the muck of it. Things do not look good. You do have stage 4 cancer. I can make you a little bit comfortable with the medicine that I'm going to give you, but I can tell you the truth. So that you can do what? Put your affairs in order. Why is it so difficult then at the position of leadership for people, especially in nations where things are going haywire? It seems psychological to me as well. Why can't we just have a situation where people are just telling you, look, this is the way it is? Yes, we may have plundered your resources to within an inch of their existence, but here we are trying to claw back on those issues. So from a psychological point of view, why is it so difficult for us to be able to say it as it is?
Like you have put it, they will start very well as a human being. But now when you constantly do it, you now get to what we call the dark triad. With the dark triad comes the personality traits that are quite harmful. And this is whereby we have narcissism, this is whereby we have Machiavellism, and this is where we have what we call the psychopathy. So Machiavellism is whereby the leaders now use lying, deceive, with an intention of gaining something. And that is why even, it's quite hard. Like Muga is telling us today, will we believe that this is a promise that is achievable, or we will just treat it as a lie, basically because it's coming from a leader or from a politician? Okay? Because we know that when they are campaigning, they're kind of coming to quotas. We can either, buy in their concept or not. Yeah. But yes.
Which theory was this one you were giving us now?
Sorry?
This particular one. You said Machiavellism, you said psychophancy?
The dark triad.
The dark triad of 3 is which?
Yes, the dark triad of the dark psychology.
Okay.
Because when you lie too much, then we are now talking about using the dark psychology.
Okay.
You're trying to manipulate us, but you're trying to manipulate us in a very bad way.
I understand, but now there are 3. The triad means 3. So you said there's Machiavellism.
There is narcissism, and there is also psychopathy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know who is doing what of these 3? When is somebody practicing Machiavellism in the part of lying?
Machiavellism is whereby now you lie with an intention of preserving something, and especially preserving the power
or your
and
position.
The control or the position.
Okay.
Yeah. Narcissism is all about an idea of, a self-importance. But now we all have the need for self-importance. But now it goes beyond to some people, and now it becomes grandiose. You want to be felt. You want to feel like you're a small god and you cannot listen to anyone. Then now there is the psychopathy whereby people just lie just to lie with an intention of harming the other person without that empathy. They know that they are lying. They know that they are harming other people. But for them, it doesn't. They don't care. Yeah.
If we begin this discussion again at the very fundamentals of human beings and how they relate to each other, the things that constitute a lie and what we've accepted as lies becomes probably the subject of our discussion. Because when it becomes a problem is we're talking about an extremity. So it begs the question, is it possible for there to be a situation where one does not lie? And is the lie an aspect of the person to whom the lie is being directed, or does it point more towards the person who is lying? And I remember, given that we live in an ecosystem that influences to some degree, whether it is within the family setup or whether it is within the larger community where there are influences, and then you have your own personalities, things which you're born with. That's just you.
True.
Okay. Now, at what point do we even learn to lie? Because children, when they're children, don't lie.
True.
They actually don't lie. So the process of learning now, that's where now they're influenced by the environment, the family, and so forth. It's a learned behavior. That lie then morphs, and as you said, worst case scenario becomes a way of life, and that's how somebody goes about conducting their relationships with other people. That's why the three categories you mentioned come in. Okay?
Yeah.
But who then doesn't lie? Who
then doesn't lie?
Yes.
And you have given a very good example of a child. Kids will grow up imitating the adults. So if the environment if the environment teaches them that you should always stand for the truth, they will always do that. But then comes the issue of reinforcement. And we say that people lie to survive, self-preservation. So if this particular child end up actually breaking a vase, and they know very well that the parent, the way they will actually, they will actually punish them in a very bad way, they can probably lie to just avoid that particular punishment. So it is how the environment is treating them that will make them understand, that will make them behave in a particular manner. So lying, the concept of, the chronic lying will narrow down now back to you. How do you feel when you lie? Even when you're having these white lies, does it make you feel bad? Does it make you feel like, oh, by the way, I didn't pay that particular person, and therefore I didn't need to go back and pay the debt? So if at all internally, your internal space doesn't put you at a point of you're now not becoming a good human. You're now not learning to live with the crocodiles, if I may put it like that. Next day, go and actually apologize to this particular person. If it doesn't put you there, then it will actually make you lie and lie and lie and lie even tomorrow.
If we can draw parallels, a child who worked on a blank canvas and then learns to lie, because it is learned behavior, has also understood the psychology of the folks that he or she is lying to. And that is their parents usually, right? In that small circle at that age. They've understood the psychology. Now, if you want to draw parallels between that child who's telling this lie, who's understood the psychology of the person he or she is lying to, and a politician, for example, I dare say that they have not understood the psychology of the people that they are lying to. If we want to take Kenyans as an example today, Kenyans just want to be told the truth. I don't think that they want something different. Kenyans want to be told the truth of the situation as it is. Allow them to make the decision based on what you have told them. But you see, in this case, I also don't know if Kenyans are making decisions based on things that you are telling them. Are Kenyans going to make a decision in 2027, for example, based on what you're going to tell them today? And the unfortunate thing is that if you have told them something in the past that has not come to be, they know you. And so the likelihood of them choosing you based on what you've said to them before then is reducing. So there is really no advantage to this thing. It doesn't color you any better. It doesn't give you any base points.
But ask the question then,
do they understand the psychology of the people that they're lying to? Because if they did, they wouldn't lie.
And also, are they lying to the people, and the people have come to a realization? Come to means they were not always aware of that realization. But when they are lied to, or when they were lied to, did they reject the lies? Or are we going to say at that point in time they didn't know they were lies, so they couldn't reject them? But now, having gone full circle and seen what was being said not to have come true, so they now take this to be lies. Again, it points to, then what sort of people are these? Mm-hmm. Are they gullible, or are they just trusting? What is it?
Are Kenyans too trusting, or are Kenyans just anything that comes, they'll believe it?
I'll say we have moved from a trusting point. We are at a point whereby we are able to challenge things. But we are still not able to do much because of now the control from the top. And when I mean control from the top, I mean when we have leaders who lie, they will use all the resources to make sure that these particular people who want to stand for the truth are actually controlled. So we'll talk about the media, The media will be controlled in one way or the other. We'll talk about, you want to talk, but then there is that emotional kind of gaslighting whereby if you love your country, Muga, you should not be doing 1, 2, 3. So
are we saying that I'm incapable of figuring out that I don't have to love my country, I don't have to act in a particular way, that I could act in the complete opposite way and I still love my country? Because if gaslighting is as effective as you say, again, we are being rendered to be either exceedingly gullible. In fact, this one I've forgotten about the trusting. It's now gullibility, because surely, why is it that even children, I'm talking about toddlers, I'm talking about, there are certain things which when you want them to do, they resist. Children, toddlers can barely speak, or can't just mumble, they're speaking, but the speech is mumbling. They haven't learned to articulate things that we do. They resist. It's what they don't want. This not wanting and being able to present yourself in a manner that communicates clearly you don't want it, it's something you're able to do from the time you're born.
For example, I'll give you a good example, a recent example, Mulga, whereby the youths have been treated to a point of, they have been speaking. They have been out there, Gen Zs and what have you, talking about all the ills going on and what have you. But now the other day, someone just said that when we see people speaking and when we see people doing the online, revolutions and what have you, these people are mentally sick. These people have taken alcohol, they have taken drugs, and that is why they're actually speaking. So tomorrow, if actually these particular youths continue, then they will all with the society say. And remember, we talk about the norms of the society.
So someone makes an utterance and suddenly we're treating it as the truth. How? Somebody uttered something.
According to what he thought.
According to what he thought. How does that translate into it being the truth?
But they have the power. And that is why people who lie when they are in power actually can. Manipulation, influence comes with power. So if at all I don't have the power and I'm lying to you, my concept will not go even far. But if I have the power, the position, and I tell you something that is not even factual, people are more likely to buy it.
Okay, so is this what we're saying? Because essentially we're looking at the psychology of all of this today.
Yeah.
So somebody stands on a podium today, according to what you're saying, Arthur, somebody stands on a podium today and says, the reason why people are up in arms today and speaking out their minds in the way in which they are is because they are mentally challenged, that there's an element of mental health that is missing. And because he is in a position of power, to say something like that, it is then the truth?
The truth of the matter, because I'm a psychologist, will ask, what is mental health? What is a mental illness? How does it manifest?
Well, when somebody tells somebody has mental health issues, that means that, not all the knobs are on, right? Essentially, that's what we're saying. So for somebody to say, because this is the thing, for people to stand up today and say Ruto must go, for people to say that they are frustrated with the status quo, for people to say that they are frustrated with the position of governance and leadership in this country today, for people to say something like that, that is an outward expression of an internal frustration. That is the case.
True.
It is an outward expression of even external frustration, things that they can see around them which they're not happy with.
Exactly.
That they can say that there's an element of this leadership that they are not comfortable with and that they are speaking their truth. Now, when you come and say that these people have mental health issues, essentially what you are saying is that there's something wrong. There's an imbalance that is occurring.
There's something that needs sorting out.
There's something that needs sorting out.
Exactly. And
now,
you know how...
What you're saying, Arthur, is that because the person who makes this expression is in a position of power, then they're saying what they're saying then is true. But we can't look at the converse, where it is that people are actually frustrated with what they see, frustrated with the economy, frustrated with leadership and governance, frustrated with systems that don't work, and they express that.
Because they will like to deviate from the facts. They will like to give you something that is not real. Because when you say when you look at the facts of a mentally ill person, we're not just narrowing down to someone who is just making noise. We're not just looking at someone who is just vocal or just saying that the government is not doing 1, 2, 3. But when now you bring the concept of a mental illness, and we know that mental illness is quite sensitive. When now you bring it to the public and you say that these people are making noise because they are mentally ill, you do know what you're doing to that particular person. You're injuring their emotions. You're injuring their confidence.
Someone calls me a fool. That they've expressed what they have deduced me to be. My belief would be probably contrary to what they've told me. How would what they say bother me? Because that is all they have done. They have looked, they have decided, they've determined, and this is what they've quantified me, and this is what they say I am. And I think completely differently. But the things that you say, where I see an interesting nexus is here. When the idea that the government is not fulfilling its promises, because you can see, it's not something you need to be told very much. You heard it, you can see it, you experience it. Something else happens. Everything and anything that can now be blamed on the government is blamed on the government. You then get a focal point for all your problems. It's another human condition. We like to find people whom we can blame for problems which are actually ours. So in this case, is it the politician's problem that I'm listening to them? Is it the politician's problem that I am believing them? Takes me back to the question I asked you before. Are we trusting or are we gullible?
A very important concept. Are we trusting or are we gullible? It's a mixture of both. For me, I'll say it's a mixture of both. It's a mixture of trusting. At some point, I'll say a particular percentage probably is trusting or over trusting, and at some point we are getting gullible. And we're exposing ourselves to these people. Yeah.
You see, I don't think there's anything wrong, personally, with being gullible. Not really. It is right to expect that the leaders you have elected will do good by you. It is correct, and you should expect them to do good by you.
True.
So, if trust is broken, and you have again witnessed it and you have experienced it, you then look at this whole issue under the person who made the promise differently. Because if you have a problem that emanates from a promise not being fulfilled, then you will blame that person directly and say, this is the person who's causing my problem. And if you give it time, it becomes a mantra that everybody is chanting. The question we ask in this studio all the time is, does the general public consider what their role is? Because it seems to be their role is to trust the government.
And you take anything that comes.
Yes. Or if that doesn't happen, then their role changes to now blaming the government. Really.
And that is true. And that is true because when you look at probably, or how should we end this particular deception, the public deception? The public needs to know their role. The public need to, be grounded to a point of, yes, you tell me that I am a fool, but I know, you that is your own perception. That is your own opinion. But for me, what I believe and what I'm doing is this. So Muga will still go back to the point of gaslighting, because the moment you break my trust and I come to you and I tell you that this is what you have done, these are the facts and what have you, but you end up giving me a different kind of story. You end up now making me to view myself as the one who is actually not interpreting the situation for what it is. Then you're gaslighting me. If at all you gaslighting me to a point of now, let me just believe it because you have said it. at that particular moment now, again, we lose our responsibilities as the public.
So essentially, I mean, obviously, all we look at all of this from, a psychological point of view and say that this is exactly what's happening. This is a position. I mean, thinking about why would somebody put themselves in a position to lie? We've talked about self-preservation. We've talked about seeing a ground shift and being then wanting to be able to stay in a particular position. Being aware of what that individual may be doing probably is the counter to that. And I don't know, then with that awareness, what does that come with? When you have that awareness of what exactly is happening when somebody is telling you something that you probably know is not the truth, how do you deal with that?
First of all, is going direct. Going direct to this person. Putting it the way it is. Like you're lying. You say as it is. Without even leaving any information, because the moment you don't stand, the moment you're not assertive, that is the time that you're now giving this particular person an opportunity to continue manipulating you. Then we learn to draw boundaries. We learn to say that enough is enough. This is the point that you can come in, and this is where now we are not doing it anymore. And let us treat even the leaders as people, as people who are we are in a relationship with.
Yeah.
For example, my friends and what have you, because these are the people who will influence so many things in our lives. And the way you draw the boundaries with your friends is the same way we should draw boundaries with the politician, whereby you have lied too much. Why should I come to your public rallies? Why should I continue listening to you?
Those are the questions. Asante. And
it's
I know.
a pity the time is up, but why do we accept even the little lies?
Even the little ones you shouldn't accept, and that's why it looks as though you can accept the big ones.
Yes.
It sounds like a philosophical conversation, but these are the things that we are going through every day and having to hear, and then what we do with them is very important. So we want to thank you for joining us this morning. Arthur Gishuru is a psychologist and founder of Sereni Minds and has been with us this hour. A lot of stuff to think about, whether it's on the top level or even deeper. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Former Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Havi has announced plans to file a constitutional petition seeking to decriminalize the cultivation, processing, sale and use of marijuana in Kenya. Havi, in a statement, indicated that he'll move to court in the coming week to challenge existing legal provisions that outlaw the substance, arguing that such restrictions are unconstitutional. This is not the first time the legalization of marijuana or bhang has been a subject of public debate in the country. In the run-up to the 2022 general election, Roots Party presidential candidate George Wajakoya was a vocal proponent of the move, arguing that marijuana cultivation could significantly boost the country's economy. The managing director of Kenya seed company Sami Chepsiror has expressed hope that the government will provide the company with a subsidy of 1 billion shillings this year and 800 million shillings for 2013 in the near future. Speaking to journalists after the conclusion of a golf tournament involving over 120 farmers at the Kitale Club, Chepsiror said the Ministry of Treasury has already ensured that the funds will be released to facilitate mass seed production and help with food security in the country.
2013 serikali ya Kenya walipeana subsidy kwa Kenya Seed Company about 800 million shillings, karibu 1B, na mpaka sasa hivi serikali iko na jukumu nyingi hawajalipa, lakini tuna promise mzuri, tumewaambia watalipa. Mwaka huu serikali wame subsidize mbegu kwa kureduce price, watakaramia kama subsidy, na mpaka sasa hivi tunaona inaendelea vizuri sana. Tumekuwa hata na treasury 2 days ago pamoja na kilimo, na tunaona kama tunapata 1B Kenya shillings. Mlisikia nyinyi wote president wa nchi akisema, na mipango yote iko tayari. tuna hakika kwamba kwa muda ujao kidogo tutakuwa na hiyo subsidy haswa hii ya 1B ndio iko haraka sana, na vile vile hiyo ingine imewekwa kwa ratiba ya serikali, vile vile tutapata hiyo.
Chepsiror also urged farmers to continue planting as there is a sufficient seed stock including maize, sunflower and wheat. He said the company is continuing to collaborate with the security department to prevent counterfeit seeds from entering the market and reaching farmers.
Tuna mbegu ambayo inatosha nchi yetu wakati huu, linganisha na mwaka jana. Mwaka huu tuko mbele zaidi kwa mambo ya mbegu ambayo inatosha Wakenya wetu, haswa mbegu ya mahindi. Tuko na mahindi ya mbegu ya kutosha. Vile vile tuko na mbegu ya edible oil ama sunflower ambayo inafanya hiyo kazi, na tuko na mbegu ya kutosha ya wheat na mbegu zote za horticultural crops ambayo tunazo zote. Kama kampuni ya Kenya Seed tukishirikiana na serikali tutawakabidhia vilivyo watu ambao wanafanya fake seed.
And finally, former Chief Justice David Maraga has said he'll be on the ballot in the 2027 presidential election. Speaking on Sunday in Kisii after a church service, Maraga said he's ready to offer himself for the top job from where he'll be able to initiate change. The former CJ was, however, quick to point out that the final word rests with the electorate while dismissing that he's not anyone's project. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Not too much with traffic this morning, as we know that because of the holiday, things are slowing down just a little bit. Keeping an eye on the roads and making sure that everybody is safe and dandy, doing all right. We won't see too much with traffic through the morning, but we're just going to keep an eye on things and make sure that it flows either way and that you are being careful wherever you are. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 6 minutes after 8 o'clock and getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, Eid Mubarak. And as we get into some of these conversations, celebrating the end of Ramadan with our Muslim brothers and sisters, and our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook and on X, and also our audience on KTN Home. Always great to have you here. We're going to get into our next conversation in just a while. Calling all ambitious young Kenyans, high school graduates. You're finishing high school, you're getting to that point where you're asking yourself the question, what am I going to do next? I want to get into an education abroad. I'm dreaming of studying at a global university, and I don't know just what to do in terms of getting sponsored placements, in terms of getting scholarships, in terms of which university to go to. Well, enter ALX. ALX Pathway can make that dream a reality. You don't have to dream anymore because you can actually gain globally recognized skills. You can get on the pathway and access an extensive network of global universities, and you can receive expert mentorship and career guidance. And how can you do this? What you need to do is start your journey today. You get onto this link, bit.ly/ALX Pathway SFM. That's bit.ly/ALX Pathway SFM and explore the Global University Network. There'll be somebody to hold your hand, give you the best options for universities, how to apply, secure your registration, make sure that you get the best of scholarships, and you can do this and do it easily. Now, the deadline for applications is on the 21st of April, so you have about 3 weeks to do so. Don't miss out. Apply today and get that dream becoming a reality. And the reality of things, CT, is that even with a card, even as I shop, I still win. How do you reward me for even spending money?
Well, how you win is because every time you spend, the amount of money that you actually spend is translated into points. Now, these points, when accumulated over time, can do a variety of things. And the variety will be determined by you can shop with it, can pay for fuel, you can use it to fly. Meaning you will not grow wings, but it means you can buy a ticket and board a plane and fly. Okay? But in addition to that, there's something else. This particular card will enable you, if you happen to be the 20th person to register, it'll give you 50,000 Kenya shillings worth of points. And the points will be 50,000 points. And these points are called Milele points. Now, the thing you want to bear in mind is it's not just any other card.
Yeah.
It's an I&M card.
Beautiful.
I&M. Global card. I&M. Register and begin this journey.
I'm telling you, register, win. Since you tell us nice things, that's why we like you. The senator from Makueni County drove from Makueni this morning, a 2.5-hour journey. Maybe he went faster. He'll
at
tell
150
us
kilometers an hour.
Maybe he'll tell us if he was paying attention to the speed limits. He's here all the same, and he's here in one piece. Dan Manzo is here with us this morning. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, we had the sports.
Yes.
In Makueni, a place called Water.
Yes, in Water. Is the stadium finished?
No, unfortunately. The stadium, there were promises and promises for years. The stadium is not finished, and this week I must now make a request of a statement for the CS in charge of sports.
I thought you were going to say this week it will be finished.
They can't. The money is already stolen.
Yeah.
So we want to know who are the thieves, and we want to have a new allocation to complete the stadium.
So you, in your position as oversight, is going to be making a request of the CS to say where did the money for this stadium go, and when can we expect that the people of Makueni, specifically Wote, will have a stadium that's complete where they can operate?
Yes. It's been hanging out there for years. And the most unfortunate, because we have a lot of talented young people.
Yeah.
The football I saw yesterday
off the
was
charts.
Similar to one which was a Nyao Stadium.
Yes.
Therefore, we want our talents, to be recognized, and these young people to aspire to come to the, the national level and international level.
We'll be looking out for that communique from you, and we'll ask you by Wednesday. If not, we'll ask you again.
Yes.
Well, another thing that we'll ask you to do today is interpret the proverb, which CT will share with you.
Yes.
He'll tell you which country we are in this week. You get, the top layer of the week's proverbs, and then you can interpret that for us.
Yes, we are in an archipelago in the Indian Ocean. Now, for those who may wonder, what on earth am I talking about? An archipelago is just an extensive group of islands.
Yeah.
The Comoros is actually not one specific place, it's a group of islands. And when you have a group of expansive or extensive islands, it's called an archipelago. That's the name. Lamu is also an archipelago, for those who do not know. Okay? Anyway.
Seychelles,
yes. They are one or two others, but it's not extensive. It's not as extensive as these ones. Yes, because now we're talking about Siu, you're talking about Pate, and you
Kipungani.
go. Yes, exactly. So that is where now this comes in. The proverb: if you live by the river, you should make friends with the crocodile.
Live by the river?
If that's where you live,
yes.
Be friendly with the crocodile.
Especially if the river is rocky.
Yes, exactly.
Crocodiles hang out in rocky rivers.
The sun themselves there.
Yes.
Yes. So you need to have a public participation with the crocodiles from time to time. What do you think this means?
What do you think?
There's no likelihood that the crocodile will save you one day. No likelihood. It can only consume you.
It can usher you to the afterlife.
Yes. But if you make friends with it, when it consumes you, some parts of you will remain and you may be saved.
Hey,
It sounds like a hopeless situation.
Yeah. But if you make friends with the enemy, there's some level where they might consider you.
Yeah. If they attack your child, you may rescue the child. If you come fighting, and then you take the child to hospital and he leaves. A lot of times crocodiles don't spare anyone. In Makueni, we have a big river, Athi and Thwake, which have a crocodile. We also have that other Thwake Dam, which has never been completed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm sure the day they do it, there will be a lot of crocodiles around the lake, which we are about to create. So what happens is, if a crocodile attacks a child, if they have gone to fetch water or an animal, if you make noise enough, you may save the animal or the child. It lets go of it. So to a certain extent, it is either scared or it's friendly.
Yes. That's the way to look at it. Speaking of crocodiles, and you can make the parallels, I'm going to leave that up to you.
Yes.
But we had an interesting number over the last couple of days, 4.4 billion shillings. That's the amount of shillings that members of parliament are now adding onto their salary. And that is going to come whether we like it or not. We know that members of parliament are legislators and they've written it, essentially accepted it. It's coming into law. This comes off the back of austerity measures. This comes off the back of the fact that Kenya has a huge debt burden in the next coming years. I think every other year there is numbers in the hundreds of millions of shillings that Kenya has to pay in terms of debt. And these are first charges. It also comes off the back of a flailing economy. And it also comes off the back of very many things that are supposed to be done in this country that cannot be done for reason of lack of resources. And then we hear that members of parliament are going to increase their salaries to the tune of a collective 4.4 billion shillings.
Let me apply me to this.
Yeah.
We have the situation of doctors. 270,000 shillings that was supposed to be the stipend they're paid, reduced to 70,000.
Yeah.
And even that one has not actually been paid. We have clinical officers. We have nurses. Everything that we hear noise about has to do with money. We have university lecturers. Okay? Now, that noise keeps getting louder. How then do we have a situation where a budget-making parliament, and a parliament whose function among the others is to oversight, then proceed to, if this story is of course true, give themselves that sort of hike? How insensitive is parliament?
Well, very insensitive. But I'll tell you what I know about it. For a long time, for many, many years, the members of parliament who come around Nairobi have not been getting their mileage. Members of parliament do not have a government car. They don't have a GK car like the judiciary or the executive. So you buy your car from your loan. They give you a loan, you buy a car, then you fuel it. So what happens is for people who go very far, like the northern Kenya, Lamu, all these places, there is usually a monthly payment for mileage. So that you can be able to fix your car if you go and come back. I remember one time we went to northern Kenya, and when there are no roads, even brand new tires would be cut by stones. And you are finally without spares. And somebody has to go as far as Meru to get you a tire to be able to get out of that side. So where there are no roads, which again is also a government problem, because there should be roads everywhere
to begin with, for crying out loud. But okay,
but with the communities in northern Kenya, the people move, so you have to drive to where they are, and it's a tough world out there. Although I believe around like Turkana, that's where we should be having the biggest towns and the biggest cities, and with a lot of tourists going on. There is a lot we can be done there, but unfortunately we haven't, and I believe in future we will. So what happens is the members of parliament around Nairobi and environs don't get that stipend. So for a long time they said we should also be paid something for the use of a car around, to visit the people and that sort of thing. And then that has been running for about 10 years. So recently I'm told SRC has agreed to pay something. I doubt whether I should amount that amount of money. I doubt whether it has been paid yet. Because as far as I know, up to today, even employees of Parliament have not been paid, and members of Parliament don't have their salaries. So I'll be surprised if that sort of money has been paid, because in my recollection, I don't have such in my account. But I know there was a push to make that a reality so that you can equalize the members of Parliament. If SRC, which is an independent body, which is supposed to regularize salaries of every government department, including Parliament. So one, they cannot award themselves. It can only be awarded by SRC. And two, there is no opportunity to pass it on the floor of the House.
Senator.
Yes.
SRC didn't sit and say, oh, okay, let's give members of Parliament an extra 366,011 shillings, because that's the amount that's going to show up on the payslip from this month, actually, from this next month, April. They didn't just sit down and say, let's go ahead and do that. There was lobbying, Senator. We can't run away from that.
From Parliamentary Service Commission, maybe.
But there was definitely lobbying. It was SRC has 100 items whereby people are asking for an increment here and there. But it seems as though members of Parliament is where it came from. It is the same SRC who is going to oversee the reduction of monies that will be paid to doctors. It is the same SRC who is sitting and saying, actually, you know what, we cannot pay clinical officers more than this, because as a state operative, this is what they should or should not be doing. But the question is, for a lot of Kenyans today, before we actually get to, you know, the sloganism and the sloganeering that we are seeing, it is from issues like this. That where do we see such rapid enforcement and implementation when it comes to people who don't even have a vehicle, for example, Senator, who then have to use their own blood, sweat and tears to treat Kenya's sick, to teach Kenya's children. And they've been asking, not even for increments, they've been asking for regularization. For years, there have been CBAs 2014 to 2019. There have been CBAs 2017 to 2022. There are CBAs currently from 2021 to 2025 that the government is not able to, because they say, well, their hands are tied. From an oversight point of view, Senator, how do you really see this?
Well, it's most unfortunate because the country has to be balanced. Just recently, we could not conduct proceedings because the medical fraternity was a constant visitor to Parliament, the UHC. In fact, I met one of the delegations, took their document and went and made a request for statement. And I'm expecting the new Minister for Health, Honorable Duale, to come and explain why they have not paid these employees for years. These people were hired during the COVID times. They have never been given permanent jobs, and I have made that request. You know, the country have to be balanced, and it would be unfortunate if a member of Parliament has an increment. As I told you, the history I know of was that there needed to be a balance of the people in Nairobi and outside Nairobi. I don't know the history of the mileage claim, but it's tied to if you are to transport a member of Parliament. And I want to say that one of the things we need to look at is moving government. Moving government is very, very expensive. If you check what has happened in the judiciary, Parliament and in the executive, they have bought these very new and very expensive
vehicles,
4x4s. Let me not mention the brand because I may disadvantage some business people or advertising them. But when you look at the vehicles being replaced, they have not even 100,000 kilometers, and yet that vehicle is replaced. It is still very new. It is still very usable. It is still very good. I've seen a lot of this, and they must be costing billions of shillings. Unlike the country in West Africa, where the president uses a 1990 Range Rover, Land Rover, and they're investing in farming and stabilizing their country and, making the economy better. So here we are very wasteful. When the president moves around, totally unnecessarily in the country. All that money you are going to use to visit that region is enough to do all the roads. You see, like in some parts of eastern Kenya or even central Kenya and even northern Kenya, the farmers need the roads. Either like in the case of Makueni, to take the mangoes to market, or even to this place we are processing. There's no road to such a place, and there are no feeder roads to that establishment. And then in central Kenya, it's milk. Nyandarua and all these places, you need to take the milk. But when the president visits, the money used just to transport government unnecessarily is enough to do all these roads.
Right.
So I think this matter needs to be looked into totality. And although I'm a member of Parliament, I've said Parliament isn't serving Kenyans in the first place. A bill leaves State House the way it was drafted at the cabinet
and comes to
the House. There's a pretense of a public participation. It's just a wastage of public funds. Whatever ideas people give, they do not count. And you see, the most brilliant people are not in Parliament. There are many other people very knowledgeable in finance and in many other things. And all their input, including the Law Society of Kenya, which are a big stakeholder of law be made, their views are never considered, whether in regulations or in the law. And then the same bill goes back to State House the way it left. So Parliament has not done its role, and has not made justice in making that particular law. And then trouble comes. Kenyans demonstrate. They overrun Parliament. They didn't care whose car it is. They stoned all the cars.
Yeah.
They did all, a huge mess of the place. All those old telephones and some of the things Kenyans who would want to go to Parliament and see the history were destroyed. And then there's a huge expense to repair that. And first of all, they are the ones who provoked Kenyans, because Kenyans are saying, don't pass the finance bill. Hold on, let's discuss it. But they are passing it with impunity.
And this is the thing that takes us then to a conversation that we are hearing today. These things that you mention then form the basis of the slogan that is not going away, Ruto must go.
Yes.
It is because of things like this. It started with a finance bill that folks said, absolutely not. We are not going to be able to go this way anymore. Kenyans have swallowed this for the last few years. Come 2024, they said, not again. And this is where we saw Ruto must go started from, essentially, and has gained momentum. And from what you can see, it is not going anywhere. There's been castigation saying that, no, you shouldn't disrespect the presidency. You should not disrespect leadership. But many would also argue that it's coming from a place where people are saying, actually, you know what? We've been subjected to a situation that is not working. And so because of that, he must go.
And there's a big problem. Yesterday, before we left the stadium, the governor and I were held hostage by the youths. And they said, you can't leave. We said, why? They said they want to hear the Kasongo song. So we asked the DJ to play the song, and they were very happy to sing this song. Then they told Mutula, you can't leave. Why? You must say Ruto must go. and the youth chanted and chanted and chanted. And you can imagine, if the two of us were to agree with the CDF or the NSIS boss and told the youths you will not chant such things, then probably will not be alive right now. So the country has been pushed into a corner that is so hard by the leadership of this country, whereby the leadership assumes that Kenyans are in their support anymore. I believe Kenyans are no longer in support of Parliament, and you'll be surprised how many members of Parliament will be sent home in the next election. Kenyans are not happy with the president, even if he forces himself on Kenyans and visits by force regions pretending to be doing peace. If you want peace, you do justice, and there will be peace everywhere in the country. If you give justice to all those demonstrators demanding for their salaries. If you develop the region, if you use money, not for the office cannot be taking 3/4 of Kenya's budget, and there's no money to develop. For devolution.
Senator, the allocations to State House are not 3/4 of our budget. Even you know this. But anyway, go on.
What I'm trying to say is this: not only just that, but I'm saying generally, the running of government. From if you go to judiciary, which also is underfunded in a big way. If you come to Parliament and if you go to the executive, if you're not utilizing the money, you can rebudget it for development. You know that happened during Kibaki's time. I am very sure State House never used more than 10,000 a day, a lot of times, because it was tea and ngwashi and nduma. I mean, that would not cost 10,000.
4 million shillings.
Yeah, running State House in a day.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, 10,000 would be a lot of money. So if you save all this money, you can apply it back to development, to making of the roads and things like that. But even more sad is a lot of money is wasted in corruption. Government projects which are shoddily done, but fully paid. Then also, we've got a lot of unpaid pending bills, from the counties to the national government. But there are those who are paid even before they complete the project they are doing. So I'm just saying that's the reasons now Kenyans are chanting, Ruto must go. And it started when Parliament went on capture. That's why the Kenyans decided to capture Parliament. And if it was not for the tall building, I will assure you over 100 members of Parliament would have lost their lives, where even we do not even have a IBC. I can assure you the police took off in a high speed and left the members of Parliament on their own. So it is a point we need to rethink. Whatever action, whatever lobbying is happening which disadvantages common Kenyan, I want to agree with you that it's not right. But just like many other promises in the country, I can assure you this money is because I've not seen it. It could be just another promise, which nothing has been done.
Let me ask the question. Does Makueni have pending bills?
A lot of them. For the last 10 years.
How?
The monies allocated to the county were less and less. And there was something called verification, which delayed. And therefore, the monies are there. People who worked for the county, and they are yet waiting to be paid or to be verified and to make sure that the project actually did take place.
So explain verification, because if verification is the bottleneck for payment, what is it?
Well, like for example, I'll give you an example, although it's a matter in court. We're
not discussing the court case.
Not a court case, but
we're discussing this, yes.
Yes. I'm just saying what happens is like if it's a road which was done, the contractor, the engineer, the road was done, but somehow you don't want to pay for the road. And therefore, you ask for verification and even possibly prosecute the governor and prosecute the contractor and prosecute the engineer when you know very well the road is there. And even when you are in a court trial, you don't visit to go and see
if that road
is there, and you can go with the people who can verify that whatever had been requested has been done, because you must have those there must be a way you assess when a road is done. So that is there, and there are many other suppliers of government who have not been paid. That also runs to Machakos. I don't know the case of Kitui. I know the people who build the park and many other
runs
places.
Through the entire nation.
I don't think there is a county in this country
that doesn't have pending bills.
Yes.
All of them are pending bills. And worse is the national government itself has a lot of pending bills.
Yes, but are there any counties in this country that have monies that they should have been given last year that they have not been given?
There has been delays.
No, but as of last year, 2024, there's a reason I'm asking the question. if counties have pending bills, the government has not given them their allocation, then even if they wish to pay, they cannot pay. But if money has been given, the question I'm asking is, you may not be able to answer this question, but I'm asking it nonetheless. Can we correlate what has been given to counties vis-a-vis the work that has been done and the costing of it? And can we see where the balance is? Because you budget with money you have. You don't budget with money you don't have.
You had a low assumption. You had something recently that counties did not utilize the money they were given, and the money were in an account somewhere in central bank. But they are put such conditions by the national government that by the time you procure, by the time the job is done, the financial year is gone. And as soon as the financial year gets somewhere, all those monies are removed again and taken for the budgeting, yet people have already worked for them.
Okay.
And then it goes on and goes on and
goes on.
The blame game goes
I'd like us to take a break at this point, but then I want to come back then to the issue, as we do, Senator, that, you know, with all of these frustrations that are being seen and that the response that Kenyans are giving to them, I mean, whether it's pending bills, whether it's doctors, whether it's teachers, whether it's road infrastructure, whether it's corruption, whether it is, you know, just take your pick, we can find something. Whatever the case may be, Kenyans are now voicing their frustration. Should they actually be muzzled? And from a person who sits as a lawyer as well as an oversight member of Parliament, we'd like to get your views on that as well and what possibly Parliament could be pushing for. The Senator from Makueni County is Dan Manzo. He is our guest this hour. It's 26 minutes to 9. Conversations continue after this short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions at 17 in Nairobi, at 16, and sunny in Nakuru. Light rain showers continue in Nyeri with partly sunny conditions in Eldoret at 16. It's 28 and sunny in Mombasa and 30 and sunny into Malindi. 21 and sunny in Kisumu, while Kakamega is sunny at 22. Mostly sunny at 22 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 25 is cloudy. Johannesburg at 16 is sunny with sunny conditions at 29 in Mogadishu, and it's mostly sunny at 16 into Addis Ababa. It's cloudy at 28 into Lagos and mostly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa. So we're at the same place where not much happening with traffic. I mean, the senator got here in 2 hours from Makueni. We're not having too much in terms of traffic this hour. We're keeping an eye on things today, and there's just a smidgen of that, and that's just because of road work happening coming off of Waiakwe and then through towards Chiromo. Apart from that, I don't think we have much to worry about, but we're going to keep an eye on all of this morning with your help to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
So if you're in bed, it actually is not sunny in Nairobi. It is raining sheets. My goodness, maybe I don't need the map, just need to look out the window. But actually, it is a gloomy morning and rain is coming down. And the senator from Makueni County is here in the studio with us this morning, and we're having this conversation around the whole Ruto must go idea, which is ringing, it's reverberating through the country, Senator. Whether you're at a football match where the Mashemeji derby is taking place on a Sunday, or you're in Wote Stadium in Makueni and they say that the senator and the governor will not leave, whether it is an international match where Kenya is playing Gabon, and people are shouting and saying Ruto must go. It is almost like it is now becoming. I remember when the riots were taking place in northern Nigeria, and it was between Christians and Muslims, and you had to be able to chant either a verse from the Bible or one from the Quran, and then they would be able to tell what side you were on. And it's almost as though that's your passport to be able to get away now when we're saying Ruto must go. But then look at the headlines that we're hearing. There's, of course, the whole issue of whether the NIS has said that you need to be very careful about what you say. The CS for Interior, just the other day, in the person of CS Murkomen, said the people who are chanting these things have mental health issues. He didn't mince his words. He was very clear about what he said. How does this play against what Kenyans have a right to do? Also looking at it from a legal perspective, have a right to do in terms of how they feel frustrated with what is happening.
And indeed, Kenyans, a lot of Kenyans have mental issues because the government have pushed them to have mental issues. I'll call it unconstitutional involvement of security agencies in political matters. And I'll take you to, the sections of the law, the Constitution, where you can look at that. You see, in the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, Article 239(3) says that a national security organ shall not, in performing its functions, act in a partisan manner, further any interest of political party or cause, and then prejudice political interest or political cause that is legitimate under the Constitution. Therefore, when the military chief and the NSIS chief say, that slogan is illegal, they are first of all participated in politics. Mm-hmm. They have taken a partisan action.
Did they actually say that? I mean, you've heard it, we've seen clips. Did they actually say it is illegal?
It amounts into that.
No, it doesn't actually. What's the difference between warning, intimidating, and cautioning?
It could mean the same.
They could be synonymous.
Yes.
One has more nefarious intent than the other.
The other.
If you say intimidating, it means you have been warned and you've been told if you dare.
If you dare.
Okay?
Yes.
If you're cautioned, you're told, look, that is perhaps not the way you should go.
That's why I'm saying that is in breach of Article 239(3) of the two officers. They're in breach of that because it amounts.
Actually, they can't be because that's not what they said. I know this because I happened to be at that function.
Yes.
And I listened.
Yes.
We discussed it earlier on in the morning.
Yes.
And we're looking at what the Standard, the intimidating, that was a headline in the Standard.
Yes.
That is not what they said. If you contextualize the entire conversation, no. That's the point. It didn't amount to that. The discussion was about the roles of the INS and the role of KDF. And they were explaining their roles. And the Ruto must go came in as an example. They said, look, for example, this chance that you must go. The general was explaining their constitutional role as the military and talking about the rights and freedoms that also come with the responsibilities. It's within that context. And he gave it and said, for instance, this thing that we say, the people who say it mean what they're saying, and that's what they want. But you must follow the constitutional way of getting what you want done. That is the context.
How does that play against what a constitutional provision or permission for freedom of speech then playing against that, Senator?
I will tell you, the person, how you contextualize this, this person speaking about it is with the recent events, when this happened, the military was illegally on the streets.
Illegally?
Yes.
Their mandate as the armed forces does not allow them to maintain peace within the country?
Well, they can do that.
But there's a provision under which they are to be called into the street.
They have to be called. And in the context in which they were called to the streets, in fact, Kenyans were very happy to greet them at the streets and take selfies, because there is no way the military is equipped to deal with a riot. If anything, if that happens, the military will be defeated by the people.
You see, what we're doing is explaining how we ought to have contextualized it. Were they in the streets illegally? Let's start there. Because if they were, then the actions would be legal.
The role of the military is to defend the territory of Kenya.
Yeah.
Outside and inside.
Yes. That's the first role. But the key role is to make sure there is no invasion. In the event there is invasion from inside, it is in a very different context. It's not in a context of just people shouting, Ruto must go. It is in a context of if they are armed civilians. If now that you have like a
Please
private
point
army.
out the context in the Constitution that states what you just told me, so that I can understand it better.
You see, I want to give you. Let me give it by examples. We have abducted chiefs here, 5 of them, in northern Kenya. They are abducted by people from outside the country. They come in, they invade our privacy, our sovereignty. I have not seen any action done by the military about that. And if the military are very serious about this with the technology they have, up to now, these chiefs will be back home through whatever means. The same thing happens in around River Omo in northern Kenya, Lake Turkana. Kenyans are invaded. The only person I see there is police and Murkomen. I don't see the army to prevent further invasion of the same. Where I see the army is talking about, and you can look at the facial expression and what it led to. The NSIS chief talked about cohesion. If a country has to be cohesive, then give justice to the country.
And how does justice look like, Senator?
Justice looks like this. For example, I'll tell you some of the impeachments you have seen in the country. They are not true impeachments. For impeachment of Songo, it was a fraudulent impeachment because some of the people who voted at the assembly never voted, and therefore that doesn't cohese the country. You have the impeachment of Gachagua, where members of parliament are being paid by the executive to remove Gachagua. So does that bring cohesion in the country? We have abductions. And I'll tell you, the key suspects of abductions in this country are not the police. I was involved in those court cases. I represented some of the people who were released, like Bob Jaggi. They have stories to tell, and they have told them in the media. The key suspects in the abductions, it is the same CDF chief and the same NSIS chief. If you were to prosecute anybody in the international court,
and are these allegations, Senator, or these are things that
I'm saying the key suspects.
For there to be
from the information given by the abductees, at some points they were in military confinement. Who is the boss of the military? What were civilians doing in a military confinement? So, if we were to get serious as a country, and I know some organizations are following this, and I know enough Kenyans have made reports to The Hague, then eventually, if anybody will be prosecuted, will be those two.
So is that what you draw on, a parallel now, whereby Kenyans, in every opportunity that they get, are shouting and sloganeering, Ruto must go? And if we see that what could be contextualized as the warning that come from these two individuals about how you should remove somebody if you want to. You shouldn't sloganeer, you shouldn't chant, but you should go the constitutional way.
They are very mistaken. Election takes place every 5 years. There is no other way of removing a person who is elected other than through constitutional means. And one of the constitutional means is an impeachment, which can happen in Parliament.
So there's nothing wrong with the sloganeering?
There's nothing wrong because it is part of the process heading up in an election, which is a constitutional method. What the security chiefs are talking about, in case there were armed Kenyans in the country, and that cannot happen, Kenyans would like to go to an election.
I've asked you to provide evidence for where it states in our constitution that any time the security forces, the military specifically, is involved within the country in the civilian life, it must be when they are an armed insurrection within the country.
There's no other.
It has to come from Parliament, and I think that's
first
clear.
of all, it has to come to
it
Parliament.
It has to come to Parliament.
Yes.
Parliament then has to give the go-ahead
and
for
Parliament has to debate
in an internal any kind of internal insurrection. I think that's constitutional. That Parliament, the National Assembly, must sit. That is then now what activates for the forces to come into.
And there's no internal insurrection in Kenya.
Did Parliament sit?
No, they didn't. And I think that's what gives rise to this now being an illegal.
In every situation that we speak of, an insurrection is an emergency.
Yes.
There are no emergency provisions within our constitution that allows for the military to be deployed.
You know, an insurrection means if they are armed Kenyans, armed with guns and
insurrection
making a real threat to normalcy.
You see, the point
to
I'm
peace.
The point I'm making, Mheshimiwa,
yes,
is this. It is very easy when one's mind has been made up about the role of government and any agency attached to the government, so that anything that is said is interpreted in the most negative way possible. Because there are many things which are done wrong in this country. There are many, many, many things.
Yes.
The protest by the young people in this country was peaceful.
Peaceful, that's true.
They were not breaking any law. They were not doing anything. In fact, the presence of the military portrayed this better than anything else you could think of.
Yes.
Nobody was running helter-skelter. People were taking selfies. Some were boarding
People are very happy when the military came on board.
They were boarding the military vehicles.
And even said, welcome, now you protect us.
Yes. We saw all that. So, when you see all this, what does it tell you? Were the military threatening the public? Was their presence in any way intimidating the public? That public was not intimidated.
Sure.
And then they went back to the barracks, did they not?
They went, and everybody was happy.
Yes. So, when one talks about...
So, as I'm saying, the military was misused in that case. The military should have been elsewhere taking care of our borders.
And that takes me to now the next issue, which we should be asking about, for example. Are we paying a lot of attention to sloganeering, which is coming from Kenyans who are frustrated to a point and want to be able to expel this in one way or another, as opposed to focusing on things that actually need the attention? There are police officers that are dying in Haiti who are trying to sort out issues. There are still issues of banditry within the country that should be taken care of. There are abductions that are happening in the country. There are still Kenyans who are missing. For golly's sake, there's a man who's been missing for the last 2 months now and 14 days. 2 months and 14 days. We seem to not be able to find him. He went into Lake Nakuru to fish. We don't know where he is. We don't know if he's dead or alive. His wife and his 2 children are crying day in, day out. They don't know when he's going to come back. But we seem to be able to take that attention and focus it on people who are shouting Ruto must go. But there are Kenyans who are dying.
But you expect the family, they came to Parliament, you expect the family of that missing young man, the fisherman, to shout Ruto must go. They have tried their level best to be assisted by government. They have been frustrated. When matters go to court, the court, you know, in that particular case, ruled against the people. The court would have gone further to push or force. You know, the court said there was no sufficient evidence.
Sadly, yeah.
You know,
so I mean,
where there was overwhelming evidence.
An inquest has been ordered for I think now we're into day 10 or day 11 to see what then can be found out after that. But is that enough? And I think the overarching question here, Senator, is that aren't there things for which attention from an internal and external security point of view should be paid attention to, as opposed to what we're hearing today, whereby Kenyans are being told that they have mental issues and that's why they're shouting Ruto must go, or you find you're dead, or you find you're missing, or you make sure that people cannot be disappeared or abducted because they open their mouth.
And I want to go back to the same point and to take these 2 gentlemen seriously, in that they're very keen to protect the presidency, but not to protect the people. And the presidency is created by the people. It is that's why they said you are the one you elected. And if you elect and you want to use constitutional means, first of all, for you to put enough pressure to Parliament to impeach a president, that must come from every constituency, so that when an impeachment motion is brought to the House, the members know how to vote. So one of the methods is impeachment, and that's the oversight of Parliament. The other one is the president can resign. If he hears too much of that noise from Kenyans who are elected, a honorable president will simply resign and let other people handle the nation. And therefore, the security chiefs cannot threaten Kenyans on that particular issue. And I want to take it further. Remember, when Kenyans went to social media against the campaign of Raila Odinga, a minister affiliated to Raila Odinga threatened Kenyans and said, "We'll come for you." And sure enough, quite a number of people who are on that social space have gone missing. And when people go missing in this country, who do you ask? Is the same security chiefs. The police have come to court and said, "Sorry, we do not have anyone in our cells because that's the only place. But we are investigating whoever could be responsible for this."
Our cells, the only place where Kenyans who are abducted or who are disappeared go to.
No. Unfortunately, the evidence I have and what I've heard from the released abductees, they were. You remember there has been a missing MCA of Wajir.
Yes, for 6 months, and then he appeared from.
Yes, and he hasn't talked to tell us where he was. Certainly, he was not in a police cell. And the likes of Bob Jaggi and that team, wherever they were confined, they were beaten up thoroughly every day. That is unconstitutional. It is extrajudicial, and the same security chiefs are not telling us about it. So you must balance, and that's why the security chiefs have told you under Article 239, they cannot participate in politics. They cannot seem to be leaning on one side of politics, nor can they disadvantage another side.
Mheshimiwa,
yes,
the president is the head of state. He is also head of government. Okay? The president represents the entire nation. Now, in protecting the nation, how do you go about it? Who do you protect? What do you do? If your role is to protect the country, how do you manifest the protection of the country?
Well, you do not manifest this protection of the country by abducting. If somebody has wronged any law in Kenya,
take them to court.
Take them to court, give evidence. I'll give an example, like Muturi's son. He was abducted. Instead of getting whatever mistake he did, or even the MCA, whatever mistake he did, he should have been taken to court. Evidence should have been adduced, and he would have faced the law.
There is no way anybody can justify abductions. There is no way you can justify judicial killings. It doesn't matter what you say and how you say it. They are wrong. There's no question about it.
And it is out of those wrongs. First of all, you cannot cohese the country, because if you have killed my son, or my son is missing, like the case of Nakuru, how do you want that Kenyan to be happy with the president and to be happy with the government?
You provide justice.
It is, you provide justice. And it is the duty of the president to make sure every single Kenyan is safe, every single Kenyan is not abducted, and every single Kenyan faces justice whenever they wrong. If they murder somebody, let them be prosecuted for murder.
It is true. But this conversation takes us away from a critical role that is played by the House you belong to. Oversight. Everyone I hear blames the president, blames who people are bribed, they elected this. Who asked them to accept the money in the first place? Because in accepting the money, they themselves were abrogating the rights of the Constitution. They were actually breaking the law because they were now subverting justice. Because that's what it was.
I want to admit that one of the biggest failures is Parliament. But the only way to deal with the Parliament is during the election. Just is the only other way to deal with the president
is during the election.
Is during the election. And that's why when these people are preparing...
You know, you need to pause. You can't say that. It's going to contradict what you said earlier. The only way to defeat the president is wait for an election. That's what those two chiefs of security were talking about. You're now agreeing with them.
No, I'm saying there are many other options.
Yes.
But one of the best ways, because our constitution is there and elections are conducted every 5 years, and we have a date of the election. Unless the president and the deputy president are not there, then now you will have a presidential election. But here the other way, and what Kenyans are doing by saying Ruto must go, it is a campaign for the next election that they don't want.
What do people mean when they say Ruto must go, in your opinion?
They mean in the next election, don't elect him again. That's what they say.
Why don't they want him? What are they fed up of?
They are fed up of a number of things. And I told you, the expensive way of running government.
It's called conspicuous consumption.
Very expensive to run government instead of government cutting. And you see Kenyans are being taxed and they can see their money is being misused openly. The same money is being used to buy crowds. Like when he's going to tour around in central Kenya, a lot of money is being demanded by hosty members of parliament so that they can go and buy youths to have a friendly crowd. And we are saying that is misuse of funds. If I were the president, I will not tour yet. I will develop fast. I'll make sure all the roads are done.
Who is it who looks and investigates the Auditor General's reports? Is it not Parliament?
It is Parliament.
And these things where monies have not been utilized appropriately comes to
Parliament.
How many people has Parliament censured and pointed and said, you govern your house, how?
The Constitution allows to recall members of Parliament. Unfortunately, we do not have IBC. And therefore, Kenyans who have wished to recall members of Parliament have not exercised that right.
So once again, want to blame the executive, don't we?
Well, for IBC to be set up, the executive has a big role.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it has delayed. But we are saying we have a constitution which, whether you are a military chief, or you are an SIS chief, or you are a member of parliament, or you are a common Kenyan in the streets, must honor.
I must honor this.
We must obey the constitution, all of us, if we want cohesion and we want a country which is together. And
very quickly, Senator, do you think that the calls for Ruto must go and the way in which they seem to be building up steam and momentum should actually continue, if that's what Kenyans feel?
Well, Kenyans are just expressing themselves. And it means during the next election, then they will exercise that. But I want to urge young people shouting, Ruto must go. If you have no ID card and now they are free, you are wasting your time. Please get an identity card. And when IBC is set up, please register as a voter. And when you go to vote in 2027, say there, Ruto must go with your vote.
Indeed. The Senator from Makueni County has been our guest this hour and dropping some gems this hour, that's for sure. In terms of what needs to happen in a proper governance, we want to thank you so much for being here. Are you driving back to Makueni this morning?
Yes, I love to go back and work. I need to be with the Muslims. We have a lot of Muslims along Mombasa Road in Water. I need to celebrate, and I want to wish them, all Muslims in Kenya, all Muslims in the world, and their friends, happy holiday and celebrations.
Indeed. Asante sana for being here this morning. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has once again called on the new Health CS Aiden Dwala to prioritize the interests of health workers. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Okello has also called for the salaries of intern doctors to be restored or they'll go on strike. He has also warned against the introduction of politics into health matters.
I saw the new minister has been brought into office. She's a politician. So we know the office is held in perpetuity. It doesn't matter who is in the office, it is that those issues are implemented. But I want to warn the new minister that she should not come in the same breath that we had with the former minister, who was, in a way, bastardizing our collective bargaining agreements and looking down upon the profession with disdain and disrespect. That does not go well. And if it happens that way, we will not stop to chant and sing on the street and to dramatize for her to go away.
Webuye East Deputy Commissioner Peter Yegon has urged youth aged 18 and above to obtain national ID cards. According to Yegon, the ID cards are issued free of charge to first-time applicants.
The CS for Internal Security alipublish special gazette notice kwamba wale vijana ambao wamefikisha umri wa miaka 18 na wanatafuta kitambulisho, ile ada ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa ya 300 imeondolewa. So vijana wetu sasa for NRB watapata vitambulisho kama hapo mbeleni bila ya kulipa. Wale ambao watalipa ni wale ambao mlipata kitambulisho ukacheza nayo ukapoteza, ndio upate ya pili kurenew, hiyo utalipia.
He also lamented the increase in crime in the area, promising that security officers will be deployed to patrol.
Najua bado kuna challenges hapa na pale, lakini tutajizatiti tuhakikishe kwamba huo usalama umeimarishwa zaidi. Najua ni vijana wetu tu wako hapa, saa zingine wanatuibia machuma. Hiyo biashara ya chuma sijui tutafunga namna gani, kwa sababu naambiwa hata huwezi acha kikombe chako hapo nje, itaanza kuwa scrap metal. We will take responsibility. We will work very hard with my people, the police, so that we make sure that you are provided with adequate security.
Makueni Senator Dan Manzo says Kenyans are no longer in support of the Kenya Kwanza government. Speaking on SpiceFM, Manzo said that President William Ruto's country-wide tours would not change this fact, especially because Kenyans feel that he has failed to listen and address their concerns.
So the country has been pushed into a corner that is so hard by the leadership of this country, whereby the leadership assumes that Kenyans are in their support anymore. I believe Kenyans are no longer in support of Parliament, and you'll be surprised how many members of Parliament will be sent home in the next election. Kenyans are not happy with the president, even if he forces himself on Kenyans and visits by force regions pretending to be doing peace. If you want peace, you do justice, and there will be peace everywhere in the country.
Manza said the Ruto must go slogan will certainly continue until the government works on resolving matters that continue to disadvantage Kenyans.
A lot of money is wasted in corruption. Government projects which are shoddily done but fully paid. Then also, we've got a lot of unpaid pending bills from the counties to the national government. But there are those who are paid even before they complete the project they are doing. So I'm just saying that's the reasons now Kenyans are chanting Ruto must go. That's why the Kenyans decided to capture Parliament. So if it's a point we need to rethink. Whatever action, whatever lobbying is happening which disadvantages common Kenyans, it's not right.
That's the news wire. I'm Lau Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
So even with the rains coming down, traffic is not doing anything major this morning, and I think we're going to continue that. It is a holiday after all, and folks, you know, where they are, not going to be held up by any kind of traffic today, but we're just going to keep an eye on things. You're going to need your fog lights this morning if you're out and about. Use them. The streets are empty, but doesn't mean that you should be less careful. Let's talk. Keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this final Monday of March. And as we get into it, how's your smile looking like this morning? And you imagine biting into your favorite food. We know that with today's holiday, there's a lot of food going on and a lot of biting in. So imagine biting into your favorite hot meal or the cold one, and you don't have to hold your jaw in any kind of agony. Well, you don't have to imagine that anymore, because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity. And how do we know this? Well, because it's the #1 brand recommended by dentists. We will keep reminding you that a happy mouth is a happy mind. Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health. And as we get into some of those conversations this morning, what are you doing after high school? What are your plans? There's a lot of talk right now. Folks got out of high school in December, and some will get out of high school this May. What are you going to do in terms of your university studies? We're calling all ambitious young Kenyans who are high school graduates. Are you dreaming of studying at top global universities with scholarships and sponsored placements and not quite sure how to go about it? Well, I'll do you one better. ALX Pathway can make that dream a reality. You can gain globally recognized skills, access an extensive network of global universities, and receive expert mentorship and career guidance all in one place. I tell you, it's like magic. What do you need to do to start your journey now? You need to get onto this link, bit.ly/ALX Pathway SFM. I'll repeat that, bit.ly/ALX Pathway SFM, and explore global university networks. So the deadline is the 21st of April. You need to get clicking today. Find out how you can make sure that dream of yours of attending a global university with all that you need actually becomes a reality with the ALX Pathway. All right, so there are many things that are happening around the region, and we're getting into conversations around how those conflicts actually do affect us in one way or another. Our conversation for this hour is with Dr. Kenneth Ombongi, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi. He's been here before and had a really great conversation around what is happening in DRC. But that brings us to a place whereby since then, there have been developments in the region, and in terms of what that portends for the region are some of those conversations that we will have this morning. But Dr. Ombongi, we want to say thank you very much for coming to the Situation Room again. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for having me.
On a rainy day.
It's a pleasure to be back here and realize that you guys are still spicing it up. There's showers of blessings, both literally and also in a sense spiritually. We're keeping on.
That's awesome.
We wish our Muslim brothers and sisters blessings of Eid, and we say Eid Mubarak.
Indeed. Yeah. Asante so much for doing that, and also for being here this morning. And we're going to talk about a number of things today. Important for us too. We don't live in an oyster. And in this case, when you say the world is your oyster, in this case, really it is. And the region is your oyster, even though Kenya is. So the world is not Kenya and Kenya is not the world. And we live in an ecosystem. And unfortunately, that ecosystem is wrought with conflict every now and then. To understand the DNA of that conflict in order to understand how to be able to help, I think is extremely important. And that forms the basis of some of the conversations that we will have today. But before we do that, CT, as you know, has gone through the same continent and come back from another country. He'll let you know what that is and what the proverb is for today, and then you can interpret that for us.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Well, there's an archipelago in the Indian Ocean, and it is called Comoros. Now, as I explained in the previous hour, a group of islands, an extensive group of islands, not just two islands, a group, extensive, It's what forms an archipelago. We have one in Lamu. Okay. You're talking about Pate, you're talking about Siu, talking about Shela, and so forth.
Manda.
Bas. Exactly. That's an archipelago. But this particular country has one serious distinction. Since its independence on the 6th of July, 1975, it has experienced 20 coups or coup attempts. 20.
Only.
So they're not the cup holders here. But they're good competitors for the cup. Okay? But it's a it is a republic that is actually rich in history. Very, very rich in history. And it goes back to the years, I'm like 870 AD. It's a long, long time ago. It has evolved over time. And the proverb from this particular country is very simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. If you live by the river, you should make friends with a crocodile.
Wow. If you live by the river,
yes,
you should make friends.
The crocodile. It helps.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's a wonderful way of saying, you need to be aware of your environment. Where you live affects a number of things, including your own security. So if you live in a certain setting, then you need to be able to understand the dynamics of those settings for you to live well. Understand your neighbors, understand who matters in that area. So in other words, the proverb is really reminding us that there is need, to mend fences with the people you live with. Sometimes you are not able. You don't choose the people you live with. It's just geography that gives them to you. So
the good doctor is referring to relatives.
Of course. You have to make do with them and live with them.
You don't have a choice.
It's really encouraging us to coexist with others.
Right.
And I wondered why CT had to go all the way to Comoros to get that, because
it's because the capital is Moroni, and he's from a place called Moroni. So he just saw, I'm at home.
Because there are proverbs of similar meaning around our communities in Kenya.
Yes,
the one from among my people comes very
to mind. Please tell us that
to mind. It literally says, let me probably put it in that language. Last time I said here, and you didn't take me seriously, that I think in my mother's language, and then translate it to English. So you can imagine the linguistic gymnastics that go on in my head as I'm speaking here. It simply says, nse abande nkena magesabire okugambwe kokwaimoka, which literally means if you live in other people's land, it is important to be aware of what happens around you, because not everybody could be friendly.
True.
So City, you didn't have to go to Comoros, but nevertheless, that speaks of the similarities among our people around the world.
It's true.
And the significance of such a sage knowledge. Professor, I remember Odero Ruka used to call it sage knowledge. Yes. Yes.
And even as you do, I think it's perfect in sense of what we're talking about today. That if you live amongst certain people, because let's look pre-1884.
Yes.
Pre-1884, it's believed that the peoples of this continent lived amongst each other. The divvying up, the division of the continent is what brought about the nations as we know them today. But it is very clear that we have people from similar communities who live across borders. Now, understanding and still being able to live with one another is still very important today. And I'm going to take that into the regional context that forms the basis of the conversation that we have today, whereby Kenya and where it is unfortunately at one time or another surrounded by conflict. Whether you want to look at South Sudan, whether you want to look at Sudan, whether you want to look at Uganda, whether you want to look at DRC, whether you want to look at Ethiopia, Eritrea, and the issues that happen around these areas. Now, when you were here last, we talked about the issues of DR Congo, which still are simmering, which are still there. We still have, statements or no statements. We've seen countries of the Gulf come in and try and broker mediation between Tshisekedi and Paul Kagame. Most recently, we've seen that the president of Kenya has then now called on Raila Odinga to go to South Sudan and broker some kind of an agreement then between Salva Kiir and Juan Marach. We've also seen that on the same Sudan issue, Kalonzo Musyoka, in the year when he was vice president, brokered some kind of peace in Sudan, brokered peace in South Sudan in 2011, in 2012, in 2020. That has been the sing-song for the longest time. What are the causes and why is it important as we look at the regional conflict? And if we can zero in on South Sudan, which is the latest issue that we deal with today in terms of news, has been happening, and why is it pivotal for Kenya to be in this position?
Thank you so much, Okoh, for that background. As I said last time, sometimes you sound like a good student of diplomatic history of the region.
She is.
I look forward to seeing you in my class in the university one of these fine days.
I'll take that quickly.
And doing a master's project or a PhD on that. It sounds very fascinating. Maybe before I go to the gist of what you have asked about why all these efforts from Kenya trying to make peace in the region, and what is really happening, or what is causing this. And what I wanted to mention is that we have always had this misconception that there were no territorial boundaries in Africa in pre-1884, 1885, just the Berlin Conference, where Africa was shared as if they were sharing a melody among European countries. There were boundaries. There were territorial boundaries before European invention in Africa. The only difference between what predated colonialism and what we had after colonialism was established was that the African boundaries were not lines on a map and the beacons on the ground. No. They were kind of contiguous areas whose significance, both historical and cultural, Africans understood. Historically, when we talk about the Kingdom of Buganda in the inter-Lacustrine region, in the Lake region of Africa, it is general boundaries were known. There could have no lines on the map marked categorically to indicate this. What colonialism brought that was different is this idea of fixated on a spot, a geographical spot, that this is it.
Yes.
And that one is distinct from this one. That is what was new, and the science of boundary making as part of colonial modernity is what came in. But before that, Africans had boundaries.
Yes,
it was generally known, for example, how much the Maasais dominated in present days Rift Valley, and you can see that even by the names of the towns.
Yeah.
Yes.
Majority of the names of the towns in Kenya, particularly in Kenya's Rift Valley, are actually of Maasai origin, including our own nation's capital, Nairobi, which is a Maasai word denoting, a place where the Maasais will retreat to when the earthy plains dried up. So they call it Inkarenyo Robi, which I'm told in Maasai means a place of cool waters.
Yes.
And you go Olkaria, Naivasha, all these are of Maasai origin. Nakuru. You can continue. Maasai from up in Lake Turkana to Lake Natron. That's why one historian has described the Maasais before colonialism as lords of the Rift Valley. It's Professor Richard Waller, the American historian who did some very fascinating work on the Maasai. So there were boundaries. So let's just abuse that notion. And when you do your project, please bear that in mind.
I will bear that in mind.
Yes.
There's also misconception
yes.
that Africans didn't have conflicts among themselves.
Exactly.
That Africans did not have slavery among themselves.
Yes.
We did.
Yes, we did. And there is a crop of these anti-colonial historians. We call them nationalist, overly nationalist historians, who want to make us believe that it was all bliss and all smooth all the way in pre-colonial Africa. No. We had conflict, we had violence, imperial exploits were there. In Kenya, read about the Wanga Kingdom in Western Kenya and how dominated the Bukushus and all the people of the area. The Buganda Kingdom that I mentioned, same thing. They were inter-community conflicts.
In fact, it's what made it possible.
Yes.
For the colonialists to infiltrate.
They needed a man on the ground, essentially.
Yes. And they exploited these differences that perhaps were conflicts towards the end of imperialism and colonialism.
Yes. Yeah. So let's be real and disabuse those notions that have been created to suggest that pre-colonial Africa things were just bliss all the way, and we lived wonderful in a bountiful nature where you only needed to scratch the ground and put a seed and sprouted.
Something grows.
And no, it was more complex than that. Now let me come directly to your question. Kenya is, it is. I remember very well. We were in university then. And the President Daniel Arap Moi will say Kenya is an island of peace in a perilous sea of conflict. Well, you see, the main reason, both historically and contemporarily, why Kenya is interested in what is happening in the region. He's partially because of the geopolitical and national interest of the country. Even literally, and I've said this before in one of the lectures that I gave to the staff and students of Florida University, that if you put your hand on your heart, okay, and you have the map of Africa on behind you, and you look away and you put your hand on your heart, Kenya is on the same spot where your heart is. Literally. Just figure it out cognitively.
Got it.
You see that. If the map of Africa was on this wall, and you faced away from it, and you put your hand on your heart, actually that's where Kenya is.
Okay.
And that way there's a sense in which this country is actually the heart of Africa, if not Eastern Africa. And for a long time, you're talking about the strongest regional economy with relative political stability. We ever had our own chaos.
Sure.
True. But relatively, we have had a strong economy. In the 60s, Mwalimu Nyerere in Tanzania went east and then impressed very strong African values and also used Kiswahili to unite Tanzanians. What he ended up creating in that socialist experiment is a strong state but a weak economy. Our legendary Mzee Kenyatta danced very comfortably to the West, impressed very strong capitalist tendencies mediated by state power and state structures, and created a very strong acquisitive middle class. The cumulative effect of that Kenyatta experiment was actually a strong economy but a weak state. So because of our strong economy, we had a lot of influence in the region. Geopolitically, within the East African region, Central Africa, we had a very strong influence. And that has contributed to a relative phobia that many countries in the region have, against Kenya. Our brothers and sisters from across the border in Tanzania, they are fond of saying Wakenya hawa.
Yes.
When Mwalimu Nyerere translated Merchants of Venice as mapepari wa Fenisi, to the Tanzanians, mapepari ni Wakenya. So because of that, we have had interest in the region, and it is to our advantage to make sure that the region is stable in order to support our economy. I hope I will not offend our brothers and sisters from Southern Sudan. Every time you go to Juba, every time I go to Lumbek, there is a sense in which South Sudan looks like the 48th county of Kenya. You see Kenya Commercial Bank, you see Omo from Nairobi, you see my own students. I ran Kenya Utalii College for 9 years. My own students are the ones running hotels
in
Juba. In fact, I'm more at home in Juba than I could be, probably in some suburbs of Nairobi, because of this Kenyan presence. Many peace NGOs, many humanitarian organizations, chances are very high that the CEO and a few senior managers are Kenyans. So because of this, go to Rwanda. Even in Tanzania itself, the same thing. You go to the hotel industry, the tourism sector, the key players in terms of personnel are actually Kenyans. I was surprised many years back in the 90s. I went to the remotest parts of Tanzania, a place called Songea in some villages. I found some 2 Kenyans selling stationery on motorbikes. So because of that, it has always been to the interest of this country to make sure that there is peace and stability in generally the East African region. You know very well that I don't want to say this loudly.
You can whisper.
I can whisper. But, there is a way in which the minor resources of DRC easily finds their way into our nation's capital. At some point, we were touted to be a serious exporter of gold. I don't see it being mined in Makalda mines in Western and a few other places. Your guess is as good as mine as of our interest in the timber we use here. Tell me
where it comes from.
Where it comes from.
So are you saying, Doc, that at some point that Kenya has been looked up to then be able to broker, and that is why we
exactly
saw that whether it was in Somalia that Kenya was brokering.
What I'm saying, my sister Okoh, is that Kenya has played, in very plain language, big brother role in this region. It may be declining, and we seem to be not doing very well in this sense, but over the years, because of our strong economy, our very highly developed education system, which you may not see when you are inside, and many other things, we have played a big brother role. In fact, it was Professor Mazrui at some point who spoke about recolonization of Africa.
Right.
Where he delineated a new kind of colonization because of the levels of instability in different regions of Africa. He said he's not advocating for calling back the Europeans and to recolonize us. There is a way that a dominant power within a regional space will actually exert its influence in order to maintain peace and stability in this region. In East Africa, he actually identified Kenya, not because he was a Kenyan, but because he could see the ingredients that the countries exhibited, qualified it for a strong economy, extended influence within the region. In Southern Africa, of course, the big brother, South Africa, was there. In Northern Africa, he talked about Egypt. In West Africa, he talked about Nigeria. I know that his peers strongly criticized him, but Mazrui based his argument on a very strong historical foundation of countries that have regional influence that dominated this region. And those notions extend up to today.
Right.
The tendency to see ourselves as a big brother, and as a big brother, literally, you have to make sure that your younger brothers are peaceful
and taking care.
And taking
I would like us to look at the impact that it has actually had, because now when we see that in 2025 there still is the need for Kenya to send a special envoy to South Sudan. There was uproar when we saw that in Sudan there was the chance to maybe name a parallel government, and Kenya was almost saying okay to that. Let's take a break at this point and come back and look at the impact in these regional crises and conflicts. Has the mediation effort borne fruit? Dr. Kenneth Mbongi is our guest this hour, senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi in history and archaeology, and we're having a conversation this morning about regional conflicts, the causes, reasons, and influences. We're taking a break, and we'll be back after this.
The only way to start the weather with SpiceFM.
Rain showers continue in Nairobi. It's 18 degrees. We'll see highs of 23, and it's 18 and partly sunny in Nakuru with cloudy conditions at 19. In Nyeri after the morning showers, partly cloudy at 17 into Eldoret. Mombasa will be sunny through Monday at 30, and it's 31 and cloudy in parts of Malindi. 25 and sunny conditions into Kisumu, while at 23 Kakamega is sunny. It's sunny at 23 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is sunny, and it's 19 and sunny into Johannesburg. 31 and sunny in Mogadishu, with mostly sunny conditions at 19 in Addis Ababa. It's cloudy in Lagos at 28 and sunny at 25 in Kinshasa. 18 and sunny into Beijing, with 7 degrees in sunny conditions into Paris, and it's 7 and sunny in London with 9 and cloudy conditions in New York.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
Coming out of traffic hour, we have not had a problem with traffic this morning, and it's likely to remain just so as you're getting into Monday. It is a holiday, so most of the vehicles not on the roads today, but we're likely to see that this will remain just so throughout the morning and indeed through the day. But talk it up, let us know whatever's happening in your neck of the woods, and we'll keep things moving this morning. SpiceFMKE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel, or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dr. Kenneth Mbongi is our guest this hour. We're looking at what's happening because there always is one person who, or two, or a group of people. When you go from Somalia to South Sudan to Uganda to Sudan itself and DR Congo, one would ask then, what is the impact of Kenya being and playing Big Brother in the region? What's the impact that we've seen so far?
If you look at, for example, in the last, 3 decades, and the diplomatic developments in East Africa, you will see the footprints of Kenya as a hegemonic power, if I may use that a little bit bombastic terminology. I sometimes get influenced by the PLO spirit. Yes. Kenya's hegemonic influence in the region. And you have seen very clear peace initiatives championed by the country, beginning from the Sudan that you mentioned. The origins and growth of now what we call South Sudan was basically a direct influence of Kenya's mediation process, starting during the era of President Arap Moi, who had a very strong interest in Southern Sudan, and then culminating in the signing of the CBA in 2005, I think that was, and the emergency of one of the newest states in the continent of Africa, South Sudan. That did not stop there. Even when there seemed to be tensions between the Republic of Sudan and South Sudan, then that's when Kenya came in. Very, very handy. You very well narrated the story of the role that Kalonzo played. And then now when South Sudan has emerged as a country and is being plagued by the usual problems that plague African countries in the first 10 years of independence emerge, Kenya is still playing a role, through IGAD. They dispatched the Right Honorable Prime Minister to go to South Sudan and see whether they can broker some peace. Historically, it's not accidental that the former Prime Minister was more suited to go to South Sudan. The former Prime Minister is a Luo, and that is the homeland of the Chi-speaking people.
So we can make that parallel?
So those are his brothers, in a sense. Historical.
Mankind.
The Ba Ergazal region is actually the cradle of the Luo-speaking people who were distant cousins of the Dinkas and the Nwals, who are now a dominant force in South Sudan. So you couldn't have found a better person culturally and historically.
So he was not just giving him something to do.
It's more than that. Okay. You look at the history and origins of Raila's people, and then the South Sudanese are bound to identify themselves much more with him than they could do to poor Kenneth Mbongi here. That aside, the stature of the former Prime Minister actually is more or less like a former president, if you ask me. Raila has this very interesting contradiction of having been the longest serving president of Kenya without being president. So because of that, he fitted the bill. If you asked me, I know some people will be of the view that the setback that the country suffered due to the just ended African Union and Commission elections could influence things otherwise, but I don't think whether the impact will be very strong. We are dealing with the same man whose stature is larger than life. He has the ability to attract both, passion and hate in equal measure. And if you were thinking that it was only in Kenya, but now we are clear that it's actually something continental. The presence of Raila attracts many people who love him. And also the presence of Raila attracts many people who hate him.
So the thing is here, Dr. Omongi, that when you look at conflict and in its nature, usually, I mean, a lot of the conflicts that we've had on this side of the pond have been resource-based conflicts. There have been power-based conflicts in terms of who's going to rule, because once you rule with power, you have control over the resources. It's a no-brainer.
Yes.
And these are really hard-line positions that two sides of any conflict have taken. So the question is, if I've taken such a hard stance on a position I hold, whether it is control of resources like we've seen in most of the conflicts, or control of power, why would a mediator from another country who may have an understanding of where we're from, could even be brothers, then be able to come in? What is it that they would be able to do? I mean, we can look at the art of mediation and what it's able to achieve, but why would I relinquish my position because someone from another country who you would very well say has no connection to us, apart from the brotherhood thing, of course, why would I listen to that person?
One clear reality that we have had in the history of the Eastern African region, or even in the African continent, is that political disagreements, whether they are based on ethnic differences or struggle over power and the resources, if they are not managed very carefully, they can actually not just split the country but end it. The example of the situation in Somalia, though Somalia is now struggling out of that prolonged and protracted conflict situation, is a classic example to go by. So a leader from outside, the example of the Right Honourable Prime Minister that we have talked about, will actually bring in another dimension, probably that the protagonists in South Sudan's case are not seeing. And having the kind of relationship, which is cultural and historical, as I talked about, probably will make the two, Majar and Keel, who are brothers from different communities that dominate the politics of South Sudan, to look at the country much more differently than they have done hitherto. I want to believe that the great country of South Sudan is bigger than the two men fighting for power. The Nuer and the Dinka, those dignified, tall, elegant Africans, need peace and stability. And from history, we have seen that the first decade of any country in Africa will determine the direction it will take in the future. If you look at in the 1960s, the countries that enjoyed some relative stability in the first decade of independence, they remained stable, relatively stable even up to today. Those ones that did not, they have actually remained a bit violent and unstable up to today. It seems to me that Sudan has started from, the former case of experiencing chaos. So the earlier they are made to realize that it is to the advantage of their country to maintain some level of peace and stability, to accommodate diverse interests, the better. And an outsider who has no direct interests on what is happening in South Sudan can bring the two brothers on the table and tell them that the country of Sudan is bigger than or your personal interests. You can coexist. You can also share.
Dr. I have to ask, every time we talk of conflict in this region, talking about from the Red Sea coming down this way, there's always been talk about external influence, input. External interest is how what it is referred to.
You see, and Andrew said this when I came in. As a continent, we are not an island. And as a region, we have a long history of external intervention. Actually, if you extended it further, we are a product of these external interventions. What you call the post-colonial countries of Africa are a product of European imperial designs, which was an external invention. That did not stop when power transited from Europeans to Africans in this continent. It continued. Don't forget, CT, that we are an extremely rich continent. We only happen to be poor, partially because of this.
The people happen to be poor.
If you took the dichotomy of people and the environment, our environment is very rich.
Yes.
We are a bit poor, partially because of our responsibility and partially because of these interventions that you are talking about.
And the poverty goes up to our leaders as well.
Yes.
They're equally poor.
Our leaders are equally poor, especially if you talk about poverty of the mind. There is again, I go back to my village. There is a singer who sang a few years ago that you better have material poverty, that you go without clothes, instead of having poverty of the mind.
Who was this artist?
The artist is now late. It's called John Ariso. It's one of these Benga musicians.
The Benga genre.
Yes. You better have poverty of clothes other than having poverty of the mind. That's literally what he was saying. And our leaders have really suffered in that. There are classic cases in the history of Africa that demonstrate that a resolute leader who has decided to put his country and his people first will make a difference. Mtala Mohammed in Nigeria. And the legendary General Ajebe has actually documented this in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria. The guy was around for hardly 3 years.
But
he made a big difference. My idol, Tom Sankara, you know that? He changed his country in 3 years from country running around Europe with a begging bowl into a self-sufficient country in a number of aspects. And much more recently, the Mirzali junta in Traore.
Yes.
Doing the same thing in the same country.
Doing the same thing. It's the same country and same continent. Where others have struggled.
In fact, let's throw in Jerry Rawlings into it.
Yes. Throw Jerry Rawlings into the mix.
Yes.
And you see, young, resolute, without having the baggage of history, and saying, guys, we will make a change, we'll transform our society.
Whether we like it or we like it.
We will dignify the lives of our people. Whether whoever is an international community likes it or not, we will still continue.
So what we're saying essentially here, when we look at the conflicts, where we're still doing this rudimentary conflict over resources, whereby you can actually have resolute leaders who stand up and say, you know what, enough is enough. We can actually make a situation where the people of the country are, number one, they're protected, they're provided for, and a conducive environment through which they can thrive.
Exactly. Even some of the leaders who have died with the ignominy of mismanagement, when they started, they were great people. I remember when we were young, small boys, young men who did very well and looked like they had a future. We nicknamed them Mugabe, Comrade Gabriel Robert Mugabe. because the guy was doing very well in Zimbabwe. When Zimbabwe gains independence, from the British, and he renames the country after the great Zimbabwe, one of the ancient civilizations of that region. And Comrade Robert Gabriel Mugabe looked like he knew where he was taking that country.
And I want to bring another individual into this, which a lot of times is wrought with, Muammar Gaddafi.
You can say that again.
When he led Libya, the people of Libya went to school for free until they were 18. The people of Libya had social health care. They had medical treatment. They had a crude oil for which it benefited the people of the nation before anybody else.
They had affordable housing.
And to add a bit of comic to that, he could even went to the extent of paying dowry for the young man.
There you go.
I wish he came to my village when I was growing.
And then they killed him, and I use those words very clearly on what I'm saying.
Yes.
And then they killed him, and then Libya has gone into a place where it hasn't been for the last 60 years.
That's it. That's why... as an undergraduate student in the 90s in the University of Nairobi, we would read the Green Book of Muammar Gaddafi under our blankets because it was a banned one. So we would cover ourselves strongly. I remember I used to keep my copy somewhere in a bathroom in Hall 3 in main campus, University of Nairobi, where I lived. And Muammar Gaddafi was our idol. At the time. I've said something about Robert Mugabe. We will nickname people who look like they had a potential in their future of doing well. We'll nickname Comrade Robert Mugabe. If they were not looking very well and they were brutal, we would nickname them Amin. And I mean, you could understand. You could understand this. I'm not trying to slight our brothers in Uganda, but that was the situation as small boys growing up in the 80s in the highlands. But that told you something, that still Africa has a chance. All hope is not lost. We have these historical examples that we remind ourselves of Tom Sankara, of Murtala Mohammed. Now you've talked about Muammar Gaddafi and Robert Mugabe when he started. That it can be done. We can transform our societies. We can dignify our lives. We can graduate from being a continent of poverty, hunger, and disease, conflict. So there is that hope. So I'm looking forward to a time when in our capitals in Eastern Africa, from Juba to Nairobi, from Nairobi to Kampala, from Kampala to Dodoma stroke, Dar es Salaam, that hope will emanate from these areas. For that to happen, then we need transformative leadership that will put self-interest, away and put the interest of the nation, interest of the region, and the interest of the continent first. It can be done.
It can be done.
We tend to forget what the young man who took the leadership of Senegal and decided to sever links with some of the international, actors who have stifled the growth of Africa for very long. Things are looking up also. I hope they will be able to sustain this, because there's another side of our history which demonstrates a very interesting paradox. We liberate ourselves from one imperial dominator
and take on
another one. And things look good for 5 years, and then they go south.
Is it possible? And if we see from the likes of Burkina Faso today with Traore, and then look at Senegal, for example, and we even look at to some extent Rwanda and what is being done, whereby you will be insular about your development and almost to some extent turn a blind eye or turn your back to what would be international interference. Does that look like parts of a recipe for success?
Yes, it does. From where I see it this morning, I think it does. Again, as a historian, I'm recognizant of the fact that the reason why that didn't work previously is because Africa is still a disunited continent. Because the shining examples that we are naming now, from Rwanda to what Traore is doing, and Senegal and many others, are not the very first ones.
No.
But you see, these are tiny pockets of what Africa is. Africa is a country with now...
Continent.
Is a continent with now 54 countries, with over, I think, 1.3 billion people. Uniting and turning into a shining example, a tiny little country of 50 million people like Kenya is a drop in the ocean, if you ask me literally. What we need is to have a very strong sense of Pan-Africanism.
Sure.
And build a notion of what we lately call in scholarship Global Africa. The idea that an African, wherever and whenever you find him, is actually an African. The Indians have done that very well. And partially that's why they seem to be developing by leaps and bounds. According to the Indian statutes, any Indian anywhere in the world is Indian, whether he has been there or not. You see, I've stayed in India. I know India more than some of the Indians, Kenyan Indians here. But they are Indian, I'm not. You get that? And they are allowed to do certain things in India, whether you have been there or not. For as long as you are an Indian. You are Indian. They are called non-resident Indians. I think we need to begin to embrace that. I shudder to think about this situation. The last time I traveled to Lubumbashi, it took me longer to get to the Democratic Republic of Congo, than to get to London.
Why?
Because you have to connect through Ethiopia, Gabon, and you
don't go direct.
You don't go direct.
Oh,
yes. In Africa. What is that? It takes shorter to get to Europe than
to go to Lubumbashi.
And it's even cheaper.
So those are some of the things that we need to talk about. So these shining little examples of Senegal, Nigeria, Musa Traore and the rest can only make meaning if we started actually looking more African in terms of our continent than we have done before. Because you see, some African countries will be used to undermine
others.
And that has happened historically. The Cold War, the West-East conflict, did more damage to Africa than any other continent, fighting other people's wars on our soil. We talk about very, and I realize fellow historians are culprits in this. They talk about the First and Second World Wars. Were they really world wars or European wars fought in many fronts?
Other parts of the world.
So for me, the secret of success in Africa is in the development of a strong sense and spirit of Pan-Africanism, the oneness of Africa, global Africa. You go. I did my PhD from Cambridge in the UK, and I could see the differences between us and British, so-called British Africans. They hate us, we hate them. Then every time we meet, as those of us from Africa, we wonder why there are many more British Africans in prison than there are in colleges and universities.
And those are the thoughts.
And we start looking down upon them. We hang around with our European friends, and look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the same thing applies to them. They wonder, these idiots coming here, running away.
Who just climbed down?
How do they think?
The other day.
Yeah. And I mean, these these, and I think those are the conversations that we had. And we reverberate. We have to have them. We do ourselves an injustice if we don't, because we always say two things happen when you have a conversation. One, you keep talking about it and keep it front, or something is done about it. So I want to really thank you.
We need to change this narrative of Africa making 2 steps forward and making 3 steps backward.
Indeed.
Honestly, we have to.
Dr. Kenneth Ombongi has been our guest this hour, senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi in history and archaeology, has been our guest this hour. Definitely always a breath of fresh air and great conversations that we must continue having. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you, my friends, for inviting me to the Spice Room one more time. We will continue spicing it up.
Indeed.
It's always my pleasure.
Asante sana. Good morning. It's 10:01.